I want to try and make the 3 pills to gain the junior alchemist rank. I think I'm ready." The old man gestured for me to move farther in. I stepped into the room, taking a seat as old man moved to his cauldron, emptying the contents from within. Qi swirled around his arms, and plumes of smoke rose high as the fire beneath the cauldron blazed. There was no thermometer, equipment, or anything, but I could feel the heat on my skin coming from the flames, and the precision with which the old man directed his qi. This world may lack technological advances, but it certainly didn't lack in the mastery of skills such as these. The superhuman senses and decades, if not centuries, of training probably helped. I clenched my hands, looking down at them as I envisioned being able to do what the old man did. I didn't have the precision nor the control yet, but every time I saw the old man refine a pill, a part of me felt hope build up, to see how much he could achieve even if his qi pool wasn't the largest. The qi flared around the cauldron before the flames faded, the pill now formed. "It has been about 3 months since you came to me, Lu Jie, and though our lessons hadn't been many, your growth makes this old man proud. But before we proceed any further, this old man wishes to ask you, apprentice, what purpose does alchemy have to you?" I took a moment to gather my thoughts. To me, alchemy was an escape, Master, from everything that happened. When I first came to after the spar, I'd felt confusion, pain, anger. My heart had been in turmoil, and I'd felt afraid of everything. The soothing nature and the ease with which the pills had their essence flow through me soothed my heart. It gave me respite, and I'd clung onto it, I replied, sitting straighter. The old man hummed, taking the pills out from his cauldron. "What is it to you now, Lu Jie?" I closed my eyes and envisioned a simple lab with mostly basic equipment. A little garden of herbs, and Labby and Sheldon happily playing, with Labby helping me around the lab at times. "My future, Master. I see my path in alchemy. I see knowledge to be gained within it. I feel the desire to walk along this path, to bring change to many around me, to teach and to grow. I see the ability to help many people, and I desire to gain the skills that would allow me to do so." "Very well, Lu Jie. We will begin with the very first of the 3 pills," the old man said. Excitement built up in my chest. "The Poison Flame pill is a pill that embodies the essence of fire. It takes 7 poisons within the pill and grants immunity to all of them. The flames within the pill serve to burn away the impurities present within your dantian, and most importantly, your pathways, allowing qi to flow more freely." Old man walked around the room as he picked some herbs from containers. "But, just like fire, it is a pill to be treated with respect. It has the potential to cause harm just as much as the potential to cure." I nodded awkwardly. Definitely had first-hand experience with the dangers of fire, though perhaps I'd inhaled something that stopped making the logical part of the brain, since I never stopped enjoying those explosions either. I mean, why do alchemy when you couldn't at least explode some things in your face? After fire, there would be the water essence pill, followed by the earth essence. If you're able to form all of these, then you could call yourself a junior alchemist, my apprentice. I was about to nod when I realized something. Fire, water, earth. Hold up just a minute. What am I? The chosen arrowhead monk who has to master all 4 elements and save the world from the fire murder hobos? I chuckled lightly, then quickly killed off the laughter. Yet the thought continued to greatly amuse me. Ha! Maybe I should have picked up some wind arts while I was at it. "Pay attention to the fire, Lu Jie," the old man said. I coughed, bringing my attention back. The herbs were put into the cauldron as Old Man's chi pulsated, and the fire lit beneath the cauldron once more. The flame is the essence of this pill, and as alchemists, it is the flame we have to master, first and foremost. Now watch. I opened all my senses, paying attention to the flow of the chi and the fire. Chi pulsed in waves, spreading across the cauldron in a wave-like pattern, and the fire danced to its rhythm. The contents within the cauldron swirled with the chi guiding them, drawing their essence out. I sensed the whirlpool of chi the Old Man had formed, guiding the essence in circular pathways that eventually led into the core of the cauldron, where it all collected together to form the pill, one step at a time. The pill has fire within it. To tame the fire, you have to let it spread and mellow out before you clamp down on it from all sides. Following his words, I sensed the flaring pill release the fire essence, and sparks spread from the rising fire. The flame within the cauldron spread out, and for a moment I was worried the flames would hurt the Old Man. My concerns were for naught. They dodged the Old Man with a light nudge of his chi, and soon the spreading fire essence began to follow the whirlpool of chi, turning further inward. The heat rose, and sweat started to cover my arms and face as the flame swirled beneath the cauldron as well. The fire wanted an escape, yet the easiest path it could take was to be pulled into the pill, which it soon did, coalescing into a fiery pill that let out large plumes of smoke. The Old Man picked out the still smoking pill, this one a brighter shade of deep red, without the swirling brown impurities that could be seen in my drug nades. Now it is your turn. I got up from my seat and picked out the ingredients, grabbing the flaming grass last. I placed the herbs one at a time into the cauldron, feeling the essence within them. I noticed the way the chi flowed within the herbs, the way it responded to my own chi. The spirit herb garden and my cultivation method had both added a new layer of insight on the flow of chi within the herbs' root systems. There was a large network of interconnecting threads that kept these herbs filled with chi. I almost felt as if I could reach out to the herbs in front of me and guide the chi within it, urging it to grow. I dropped the last of the herbs within the cauldron and took a breath, closing the lid. Remember, Lu Jie, do not fight the fire. Let it flow out before you guide it to where you want it to be, Old Man said. Circulating the chi within my dantian, I let it spread through my pathways. I extended my senses, my chi spreading through the cauldron as I adjusted the chi pressure within the cauldron. Mentally checking the notes and the many experiments I'd done myself, I lit the fire beneath the cauldron, feeding it chi to fuel the flames. The heat began to increase and the herbs started to break down. Essence dripped out one at a time, and I maintained my focus, keeping an eye on the flame as I continued to raise the heat. A minute or so later, I sensed the right temperature. Fire essence began to break out of the flaming grass. I concentrated, allowing the fire essence to slowly build up. The heat stung my skin, and I began to sweat from the rising intensity of the fire. I kept at it, keeping the flame beneath the cauldron controlled as the fire essence began to spread. Then, in a sudden blast, it lashed out, a blast of fire spreading like an explosion. I took a step back, my control slipping as the chi pressure deviated, and for a moment, I felt I'd lost it. I renewed my focus on the chi filling the cauldron as I tried to allow the fire to spread. The essence licked the herbs, binding them within itself as it sought an escape. I refocused on what the Old Man had said. I needed to let it flow. Let the fire flow. That's what I'd been missing all this time. The temperature, the density, The saturation of qi and the qi pressure were all factors I'd accounted for in my experiments, but I hadn't taken the flow of the qi into consideration, due to the difficulty in quantifying something like that. Qi flow. I needed to let the qi flow. Taking a deep breath of hot air that stung my nose, I focused on flowing the qi gently within the cauldron. A singular flow of qi that condensed at the bottom. The shape of the cauldron guided the qi, and I soon found a stable rhythm. The fire erupted, trying to escape, and I let it. I stood my ground, even as fire came close to me, escaping from the edges of the closed cauldron. Soon, the raging torrent began to swirl with my qi, slowly but surely flowing at the center. I let myself get lost in the motion. I couldn't think anything, all my attention fixated onto the pill. A drop of sweat entered my eye, and I blinked, my mind breaking out of its daze. I wiped my forehead, now covered in sweat. I turned around. Old Man smiled, and a thrill of excitement filled my chest. I carefully opened the lid of the cauldron to peer inside, and saw a deep red pill with a burning intensity to its qi. "You've taken the first step, my apprentice. This old man is proud." I grinned ear to ear. Now I just had to master the other two elements and save the world. Chapter 41. Grandfather. Yen Yun sighed, putting her brush down. In front of her was the first volume of her very first book. A story she'd created to live in a dream that wasn't, for just a few moments longer. The tale of an alchemist and a thief, of two star-struck lovers set apart by the world as they fought to be together just once. A tragedy, a story to break hearts. Yen Yun sighed. Next to her book was a long scroll detailing the two people's lives and whatever history on them Zhu Ri would have dug up. Yen Yun wasn't sure what she'd been expecting to find when she'd read the scroll, and even after having read it, she wasn't sure what to feel either. There had been details of the two people's little trade of some sort. The apprenticeship Lu Jie had gotten under an old alchemist in the outer sect, and, moreover, the expelled sworn brothers of Su Lin, one of whom had been crippled by an enraged elder. Yen Yun didn't feel pity, a fact that conflicted her but also didn't surprise her. Having read what she had, the man in question must have been prepared for the worst, and she'd heard of similar stories far too often. For some reason, though, the history behind the trade still bothered her. Perhaps it was due to the fact that she'd still not gathered the courage to face them. The thought burnt her cheeks as she was filled with shame and embarrassment. The boy's laughter still echoed in her mind at times while Yen Yun slept, and she wished she could bury herself somewhere. It had caused her to forego sleep more often, choosing to cultivate instead. Something her grandfather had been rather pleased by after her recent runaway. Yen Yun's qi stirred at the thought of her grandfather. She felt Lei Yu's disagreement about her grandfather, but she cared not to get into another argument with her spirit. The last one had already caused her enough troubles with her grandfather. "Young mistress, the great master is calling for you," Zhu Ri spoke, blending out of the shadows as she knelt. Her handmaiden and occasional spy mistress tended to be a lot more formal when her grandfather was around, as if she were a stranger to her. "I'll be there in a moment," Yen Yun replied. Zhu Ri nodded, moving out of her chamber. Yen Yun sat in silence, staring at the little book in front of her. Thunder crackled among her fingers as she hovered her hand above the note, ready to burn it all away. Foolish though it may have been, Yen Yun still poured effort into that. Lei Yu disagrees with the nature of it, but thinks it would be disrespectful to burn it. Yen Yun stopped at Lei Yu's words, taken by surprise. Did Su-ri tell you to say that? What? Yan Yun had said Lei Yu didn't consider her feelings enough. And now, when Lei Yu does, she doesn't even believe him, Lei Yu spoke, pouting. The expression and emotion was so baffling that, despite her wishes, laughter broke from her mouth, further increasing the indignant anger and hurt Lei Yu felt, which only served to make her laugh more. I'm sorry, Lei Yu. I didn't mean to laugh. She held her tongue. There really wasn't a need for words between them in the end. Her spirit was tied to her dantian, their thoughts linked. Thank you, Yan Yun said. Lei Yu waved her away, his chi swirling as if to pretend he wasn't paying her any attention. A pretense, and a bad one, but one she let him indulge in. She let the little arrogant bird be and got up from her seat. After taking one last look at her book, she opened a drawer, sending a pulse of chi to open a little hidden compartment behind it, where she stuffed the book with all her other ones. It would likely never see the light again, but it consoled her heart to have written it. Taking another moment to ready herself, Yan Yun put on her silver and gold hairpins as her robes changed forms to be a bit more proper. With one last look at herself, she headed out. She sensed Su-ri follow her from the shadows at a distance as she made her way through the long corridors, heading for the relatively quiet and simplistic chamber her grandfather resided in. He may be insufferable and strict, but he was not a man to indulge in pointless displays of wealth and waste. Before she'd even stepped into the chamber, Yan Yun felt her grandfather's presence coming from within. His chi embodied the mountain themselves, rumbling with the power of rolling thunder powerful enough to strike hundreds down with a single blow. It was a tempered strength, calm and controlled, waiting for the right moment to be released. It had only been Yan Yun's recent advancements in cultivation that allowed her to even begin to grasp at the vast strength her grandfather possessed. For all her life, he'd been like an insurmountable peak, so high above she couldn't begin to fathom the heights he'd attained. But now, she was finally closing in, and she had no intentions of stopping now. Come inside, Yuan, her grandfather said. Yan Yun took a breath before she opened the doors, entering the chamber and greeting her grandfather with a bow. Good to see you, Cousin Yun. It has been a while, a boy spoke. Indeed, you've grown quite pretty, Cousin Yun, another boy followed. Yan Yun raised her sight to see her two cousins standing within, Yan Li and Yan Lei, the young prodigious twins that had recently gained the favor of her grandfather after awakening to the Phoenix bloodline. Arrogant little things who she preferred not to meet if she could help it. Indeed, it has been a while, Li and Lei. The last time we'd met, you two were still holding your mother's hands to walk, Yan Yun spoke. One of the brothers crackled with lightning, grinning at her. Ancient history, cousin. It is good to see you've grown over your obsessions for mingling with those beneath you for friendship, Li spoke up, patting his brother's shoulders. Yan Yun's chi flared. The little pricks. They knew she hated talking about that. From what Zuri had told her, they'd been the ones who'd filled her chambers with rats when she'd been much smaller. It is good to see you cousins catch up, but there are matters of more importance at hand, her grandfather spoke, and the weight of a mountain descended on her shoulders. Yan Yun nodded gracefully, glancing at the two brothers to see them sweating lightly under her grandfather's presence. A slight smile covered her face at the sight, but one she quickly let go of. Yuan, Li and Lei will be participating in the tournament alongside you. As their elder in the martial path, you're tasked with ensuring they are prepared to win the outer sect tournament and can enter the inner sect as core disciples. Yan Yun couldn't stop the bitter taste in her mouth, but she nodded nonetheless. She spotted Li grinning as he looked at her from the corner of his eye. As juniors, you are to listen to everything Yuan says. I must not hear of any mischief caused by the two of you, her grandfather said to the two twins. Yes, Elder. As you say, Elder, her grandfather nodded. You may take your leave, Li and Lei. Head on and cultivate. There is but a month left till the tournament begins. Failure will not be accepted. The twins bowed as one before heading out of the chamber. You wish to say something, Yuan? Her grandfather asked. Why is grandfather teaching the twins? They are rumbustious, unruly, and far too arrogant. There are many other suitable disciples within the clan and branch families, Yan Yun spoke, and frowned when her grandfather shook his head. The kids need to learn a lesson in respect, but their arrogance isn't misplaced. I had heard they'd almost managed to cripple a disciple at the peak of the third realm within moments. The Phoenix bloodline is a potent one, and the arts the twins cultivate well situated for their demeanors. The two have talent. All they need is guidance. Yan Yun was assaulted with 100 thoughts she wished to voice. She swallowed them instead, nodding her head in acceptance. I have other important news for you, Yuan. I've found a suitable suitor for you. The eldest son of Lord Zhou himself. Yan Yun froze as ice filled her veins, staring at her grandfather in shock, her chi trembling. But what about my cultivation? She muttered out blankly. This is not something I could decide over lightly, but a tie with Lord Zhou is an invaluable asset for the clan. And it is not as if you wouldn't be allowed to cultivate as a married woman. Yan Yun clenched her teeth. Yan Yun, don't. Lei Yu won't be able to protect you. With a shuddering breath, she bowed her head. As you say, grandfather. Good. I expected no less from my granddaughter. Lord Zhou will be present during the tournament as well, alongside his son. Perform well, and make me proud. Yan Yun didn't reply, too afraid that if she spoke a word she may do something and say things she'd forever regret. You may leave now. Yan Yun bowed her head and left the chamber. She sensed her handmaiden stepping out of the shadows as she walked closer to her. Young mistress, Zuri said, but stepped back as a powerful arc of lightning shot at her. Yan Yun ignored Zuri, briskly walking to her chamber. She closed the door, expecting herself to have broken out in a shower of rage and anger. Yet all she could feel was a gaping pit at the base of her stomach. It is not the end, Yan Yun. If Yan Yun can perform beyond expectations, the elder may delay Yan Yun's betrothal, or even change his mind. Yan Yun can't give up on her goals. Yan Yun nodded, taking a deep breath. She sat down, making plans. She needed to cultivate. Her eyes went to the scroll containing the reports regarding Lu Jie and Su Lin. Yan Yun plucked up the scroll, glancing through till she found one particular section. Injured in a spar with Yan Li and Yan Lei, followed by an apprenticeship under Zhao Long, the old alchemist of the outer sect. Yan Yun stared with wide eyes before she set the scroll down. She needed to have a talk with Lu Jie and Su Lin. I sneezed, rubbing my nose. Even cultivation couldn't beat the common cold, the dratted little virus jumping worlds to annoy me. Although the weather was still pleasantly warm. An off-season cold, perhaps? I let go of the thoughts, stirring the herbs within my little cauldron. My attempts at remaking the fire pills old man taught me had resulted in failure so far, but progress was being steadily made at achieving a good success rate and reaction requirements. It would probably be a good idea to take note of the success rate of other alchemists, because I was pretty sure I was starting to beat my peers, slowly but surely in that regard. Mass production. Hell yeah. I chuckled and swirled my chi within the cauldron, preparing the next batch. I grinned as the pills formed, leading to another successful batch of herbs that Labby was now drooling over. I heard an indignant squeak from her as Sheldon splashed her with water and she tried to spark the turtle, without any success, all the while being watched by an amused cat who continued to lounge around in my spirit herb garden. The little guy seemed to be coming around more and more often, and I was tempted to name him and take him in. I mean, I already had a turtle and a rat. Couldn't hurt if I got one more, right? I shook my head, pulling my attention away from the spirits. I dug into my pouch to look at my burning red pill I'd formed in front of Old Man, the cumulations of all my efforts so far. With my attempts at finishing my apprenticeship with the other 2 pills, it was time I began to prepare to finally gather enough money to get my own lab. And for that, I need to give Su Lin a lot more pills. Time to crank out the drugs, baby. Chapter 42. Preparations. Maybe I should name you after all, I said to the little orange cat loaf sitting in my lap, to the frustration of Labby. I received a lazy meow as the cat stretched his legs. And yes, I checked this time. It's a he. You can't secretly understand me, can you? I asked the cat, its light brown eyes looking at me before he turned his butt to my face, tail held high in the air, and walked away to his drug garden. I hummed at the slight chi I sensed in his body, which may very well have been residue from the spirit herbs. I let the thoughts of the cat go, watching Labby sparkle and crackle as she played around with him. Sheldon seemed to be basking happily near the window, watching over them. The little guy was actually quite smart, and would stop Labby if she ever got too excited by splashing her with some water. Maybe I should teach him to shoot water from his mouth when I say water cannon. My handy turtle water gun could probably drown people very easily if he wanted. I laughed at the thought, returning to my notes. Symptoms of crippling and chi deficiency were written down, an entire note worth of things I'd gathered from the library and from my own research and experiments with spirit plants. The circles of the Dantian and their role, alongside some names and procedures for how people managed to fix their cores upon having crippled their cultivation. As was to be expected, I didn't find much in regard to potential cures to having a crippled cultivation. There were some stories of people who managed to break through and regain their cultivations, becoming stronger than ever and whatnot. But I hadn't found any detailed or accurate records of any such incident. What I did find was a potential solution to Su Lin's brother's condition. While I couldn't fix his Dantian or cultivation, what I could do was patch his body in a way that would allow him to hold chi within himself. He still couldn't cultivate or use any arts, but if the concept worked, then his physique at least would return close to that of a cultivator's. All I needed to do was figure out how to establish a spirit herb garden outside my own Dantian, and use him as an anchor instead. It'd allow for a direct transfer of chi from the spirit herbs, and the essence could then be used to essentially fix the holes in his Dantian to prevent any leaks. Although the idea seemed sound in principle, I had no way to test if it actually worked or not. My knowledge of the human body was, despite modern education, not enough to be doing stuff like this. And the body of a cultivator, and things like a Dantian, would not be following regular biology either. What I needed was someone proficient in medical aspects, who I could trust with my deal with Su Lin and the information about his brothers. I smiled as I took out a piece of paper and began to write a message to one such individual that I happened to know. The only one, really. I wonder if the spirit somehow intended this as well, I muttered, as I finished my letter, rolling it up. Now the question was how to send it to Lao Shang. I could send it through the sect, but I really didn't want to. There wasn't any sensitive information in there, but I also didn't want the sect to have their hands involved in this either way. I looked at Labby, sparkling and crackling as she stood on Sheldon's shell, trying to do a jump kick and splashing into the water. Yeah, no. I turned my eyes toward the cat sitting next to me as he licked his paws, idly grooming himself. He looked back and gave me a quiet meow. "I think I'm gonna name you," I told the cat, receiving a meow. He returned to his grooming, but I could tell he was listening. "A cat, so... indeed. I have just the perfect name for you," I proclaimed. Labby's ears perked up. Even Sheldon was paying attention. "Master is going to take him in as well?" "Well, Labby already has. But Labby didn't know Master was going to as well." "Yes, Labby. From now on, Neon Ni, or Neon for short, will be with us." "As long as he doesn't run off, that is," I said, proclaiming the name. There was no chi swirl, no light show, no magic thingamajig. And I sighed. Guess just naming a cat wasn't suddenly going to make him intelligent. I was about to put away my scroll and find Lao Shang myself when Neon grabbed the scroll in his mouth. "So, you do understand me, don't you?" I asked, sensing faint chi in him growing slightly. Similar to Labby before she'd broken through, the cat was smart enough to understand my words. "Can you send this to Lao Shang? You should know his smell," I asked the cat. Labby squeaked, telling him something as well. Neon sniffed once, staring at me. "You'll get a spirit pill if you do," I said, and Neon jumped onto my table before leaping out the window. Well, that was easy. "Can Labby have a pill too?" Labby asked with a squeak, looking at me with her beady eyes. "Young lady, you need to be taught something called rehab," I said. She stared back at me, confused. "We'll discuss that soon," I told her. I needed to limit her pill feeding. Although it wasn't harming her, an excess of anything was bad. With thoughts of working on Labby's discipline, I began to work with my cauldron, preparing the required herbs and ingredients for the last thing I needed before heading out to meet with Sulin. Plumes of smoke and the scent of various herbs filled my room, slowly drifting out of the open window. I'd gone through many assortments of herbs and items in the last 2 hours trying to make the right pill. I checked my notes, looking at the chi amount estimates, the chi flow pattern I was testing, alongside the combination of herbs I was working on. This was the next step, essentially, and something I'd be doing as an alchemist. Making my own unique pills. So far, I'd only focused on refining the existing recipes and modifying them, which took out a major element of the alchemy process from the equation, which were the herbs and the mixture of the right essence. It had been like I was given all the chemicals and was told to simply execute the reaction correctly before, and I'd gone around playing with those. Now I had to find the right chemicals, understand how the essences interacted with each other, and then connect those to form the right pills. There were obviously types of chi and essences. Fire, water, wind, and earth were the basics. Then there was stuff like lightning, moon, sun, or light, shadow, poison, and so on and so forth. From what I'd read, each chi type was a mixture of the 4 bases of fire, water, earth, and wind. Nothing groundbreaking there. It was an elemental system with sub-elements added. Moon from water and yin, lightning from fire and yang, etc. But what I was interested in seeing was how they described something like poison. My research has been disappointing. Poison, as a nature of qi, is often only found among the descendants of certain clans, the Shi ducal clan being the largest, with many branch clans descending directly from the main bloodline, such as the Du, the Yi, and many others have also been found to have poison qi. Some have even argued about the similarities of the qi to Gu, causing tensions with the Shi clan within the empire. I stopped reading at that point as the book devolves into political talks on the clans and whatnot.
But the core insight, or disappointing truth that it had given me, was that poison qi was simply considered outside of the elemental qi. The same went for blood qi and other similar types. I returned back to my cauldron. I'd noted the essence and their reactions with others. Fire was not violent with water, as would be expected, but instead mellow. It was violent with wind, and same with earth, and vice versa.
But there were also strange interactions of essence when both fire, water, and earth essence herbs were combined. Like a sizzling, steaming rock pill with almost a metallic luster that was so hard I couldn't even crack it. And I could crack actual rocks. I sat in silence, trying to think of a way to form the pill I needed, when an idea came to me. I went to my spirit garden and to the moon lotus I had nearby. Unlike a regular lotus, this plant didn't wither off as it produced seeds. Instead, it formed little pods of tiny seeds filled with qi beneath its petals. So far, none of the seeds had grown into another lotus blossom on their own. I took a couple of seeds from the plant and returned to my cauldron. I added a mix of a few spirit herbs, letting the flames rise as I circulated my qi, refining them. Once the essence started to gush out of the herbs, I carefully opened the lid and deposited the lotus seeds. The seed began to mix with the essence, and I continued to refine them together with the herbs. Within a few moments, the seeds started to suck in the qi around them, mixing with their own essence as they coagulated into a sticky mass. I swirled my qi, smiling as I continued to work. I was close. The qi churned, the moon essence swirling within the cauldron as it bound the other essence together with it. A few moments later, I opened the cauldron and found a white pill with hints of green sitting inside. I had no idea what the pill did just yet. But if my theory was right, the pill should allow me to form an anchor within Su Lin's brother, fixing his qi deprivation. And perhaps, eventually fixing his cultivation as well. The window thumped as Nian jumped back in, a different note in his mouth this time. I opened the note, reading the contents, and smiled. Lu Xiang had agreed. All I needed to do now was to meet and tell Su Lin about it. Well, let's go then, I told my spirits, and one not-yet-spirit cat.
Squeak! Chirp!
Meow? Chapter 43. An Odd Gathering. I carried Sheldon snuggled up in my arms. Labby sat comfortably on my shoulder, sniffing the air as she flicked her ears, occasionally talking with Sheldon. Nian had thankfully not cared enough to tag along, happy to lick the spirit pill I'd given him for his help. I had 2 pouches this time for the number of pills I'd created for Su Lin. I almost expected Su Lin to be unable to sell all of them, especially the fire pill. Though it didn't worry me too much. There wasn't any particular rush for selling the pills. The goal of my own lab was appealing, but I had managed to make myself comfortable in the sect. With the library here, there was a very good reason to stay even after I managed to get my own lab. That, or being able to visit the library even if I wasn't a disciple anymore. I was surprised that almost next to no one had come to check after me ever since I'd vanished from the training halls. A notice that I'd be training by myself in hopes of breaking through had been enough to get them to leave me alone, outside of getting me for chores when I forgot to do them. It was perhaps a bit sad. There were few in the sect from the time Lu Jie had entered, and he had been poor at best in making friends. Which, hey, I couldn't talk in that regard either. The person I talked to the most was a spirit rat. The little grove of trees where I met Su Lin was visible from afar, and I could spot his figure within. I took a quick glance around to see if anyone was here and rushed ahead within the groves. Su Lin soon sensed my presence, heading farther in, and I followed. "Been a while, eh?" Su Lin asked,
giving me with a toothy grin. "Just about 2 weeks," I replied. Su Lin's gaze shifted to Sheldon in my arms. "You got another one? Planning to become one of those spirit tamers or something?" Su Lin said. And I laughed. I'd somehow completely forgotten about the spirit tamers. People who went in to capture suitable spirit animals to bond with and/or sell to other cultivators. It wasn't quite as friendly as it sounded as a job, but what Su Lin was referring to weren't the merchants, but the cultivators, whose cultivation method involved arts that bonded with a large number of spirits at once, training them all for combat. Cultivation spirit trainers. Just needed some gym battles with insects. He stuck around from the task I'd gone on to for the sect. Not really a bonded spirit. This little guy's stronger than me. Quite a bit. It'd do well if you treat him with respect, I said, smiling as Su Lin narrowed his eyes. And I'm a hidden master, yeah? We all have nice stories to tell. But let's be done here quickly. I'd looked into the girl who helped us out. Turns out she's the granddaughter of Elder Yan himself, Su Lin spoke, and I could sense his nervousness. I'm aware, I replied, as Su Lin stared at me in surprise. And you never thought to tell me? If Yun Yun would have done anything, she already would have. It's not like she doesn't know about this spirit herb thing, and she gave an oath, even if a misguided and misinformed one. It's not about the girl. It's about who she's the granddaughter of. Elder Yun isn't known for his mercy. Maybe the girl won't rat us out, but as things are, this isn't a good place to be meeting. I'll look into some other place where we can do this. I nodded in reply as Su Lin clicked his tongue. Where's the pills? He asked. I took out one of the pouches, handing it over in exchange for the bag of herbs. Taking hold of the other pouch, I handed it to him. I smiled at his confused look. You may want to take a look inside. I waited patiently, taking a quick glance at the herbs, noting some new ones before I returned my attention to Su Lin. By the heavens, you made all of these? He asked. There's a red one in the other bag. I've separated it from the rest. Su Lin set the first bag down, curiously opening the second one. The way his eyes almost popped out for a moment pleased me greatly, and Labby sparkled on my shoulders, reflecting my mirth. Is that a fire pill? He asked. Poison flame pill. It can purify your qi and dantian with fire, and grants immunity to the 7 common poisons present in the pill. It does hurt to eat it, so don't try that. I ain't a numbskull, Su Lin replied, but his gaze remained transfixed. This is going to sell for a lot. How much do you expect? I asked, curious. I don't know. I ain't got know-how on these higher-grade pills, but for all of 'em combined, if I had to guess, about 2 gold for your share. Now it was my turn to be bewildered. The amount he'd told me was about twice what I'd made in the last 2 months and a bit. A gold or so for the fire one, if I sell it to the right guy. The old hag won't be taking it, she ain't got the money. Heavens, I may need to go to Zhou Chen, Su Lin said with a frown. The thug from that day? I asked, and Su Lin nodded. Their guys are in cahoots with the Silver Fang. He runs the underground market in 7th Peak City. There's been some dispute and whatnot, and the guys have been troubling the old hag, so I could try and get him to leave her alone, Su Lin said. Didn't you have bad blood with them? Chen and Yun are trying to help, but I don't want them involved. With this pill, I may even be able to get off lightly, if I can give them my share of the money for some of it, Su Lin said. I don't think you need to, I said. You don't need to console me. I can look after. It's not that. Well, I was planning to tell you when Lao Xiang was here, but it doesn't hurt, I suppose. Su Lin's face twisted in confusion. I think I can help your brother, Zhang. Herbs turned to paste, being ground as their essence merged with qi, becoming a smooth salve.
Liu Xiang continued to add more herbs, referring to the scripture describing the right blend of poison qi to incapacitate but not kill. Zhe moved about nearby, her feet checking the herbs and tables as she threaded silk from her qi, working on the formation Liu Xiang had been preparing.
"Is Liu Xiang going to Lu Jie?" Zhe asked, not looking up. "Yes, the prospect amuses this one, and helping Senior on a task allows this one to gain a greater insight into Senior's cultivation as well," Liu Xiang said, hands continuously working on the salve. "Is it truly that fascinating? Zhe can't sense anything that special about his cultivation. It is just like any other human, weaker than others. Zhe finds it distasteful. He can't keep his spirit in control either." Liu Xiang chided Zhe mentally, even as a quiet laugh broke through his mouth at Zhe's words. It was rare for her to have such strong opinions on anything, and the sight amused him quite a bit. "It is a subtle thing, and the removal of miasma is no minor feat, especially with a non-impressive qi amount. Senior is still a bit higher than this one in cultivation. Respect is due, regardless of strength." "Only Liu Xiang thinks that," Zhe replied. Liu Xiang felt slightly bitter at the words, for they resembled his mother's. "Zhe apologizes. It's all right," he cut her off, focusing on the salve. The letter by Lu Jie had piqued his interest, and the solution to the crippling even stranger. He didn't know what the spirit anchor referred to, but he intended to find out soon. "Let us head on then," Liu Xiang said. Zhe acknowledged his words, finishing the formation she'd been working on before she dematerialized into his dantian. Liu Xiang took a moment to change attire and headed out of the sect halls. He found respite to not be back at the Yi clan. The disciples around him still glanced and whispered, few wishing to approach one such as him.
Those of the Yi didn't form bonds with their peers easily. The serpentine features didn't aid him much either. Short-sighted humans that fail to see beyond the prestige of clan rank and favor, Zhe said, sensing his thoughts. Liao Xiang didn't reply, though quietly he agreed with her assessment. It had been another reason why he'd found Lu Jie so interesting. His curiosity in Liao Xiang had been obvious, yet the boy lacked the fear of the Yi or his unnatural features. Even Liao Xiang's poison aura seemed to hold little effect. "He's just too dumb to notice," Zhu Ji spoke. Liao Xiang chided her again, even as another quiet laugh escaped his mouth. He took note of the direction Lu Jie had given him as he made his way to the quiet and secluded grove. Liao Xiang soon sensed Lu Jie's presence nearby, alongside the other boy he'd mentioned. He entered the grove, noticing the two of them talking. "Ah, Liao Xiang, thanks for coming. This is Su Lin, and, he's the one whose brother I was talking about," Lu Jie spoke with a smile. A quick glance showed Su Lin to be at the peak of the second realm. "This one greets Senior," Liao Xiang spoke, dipping his head lightly. "Su Lin," he added, nodding as the boy nodded back. He could sense Su Lin's suspicion mixed with the quiet hints of fear whenever his aura touched the another's. Not like Lu Jie, this one. "Will the person in question be arriving here?" Liao Xiang asked. "Ah, I totally forgot to mention that, didn't I? We'll have to go to 7th Peak City for it. The guy can't walk here, and, well, there's circumstances. I really should have told you about it. Sorry about that," Lu Jie said. Liao Xiang calmly regarded him for a moment. "It is not a concern. This one just hadn't expected to be visiting the city." "Yeah, my bad. Is it really all right with you?" Lu Jie asked. "This one is fine with it." "Well, in that case,
Let's just go then? Lu Jie spoke as the rat on his shoulder crackled lightly with thunder. Lao Sheng noted the spirit was in the second realm now, lunar qi mixed in with thunder radiating from the spirit rat. Intriguing. Nodding, Lao Sheng turned around, listening to Jiju grumble at the lack of discipline with muffled laughter, imperceptible to the other two. It would be an interesting trip. I stared at Su Lin and Lao Xiang with an odd expression, and when neither moved, I began to lead the way. Guess I was the de facto leader of this group for now. I was about to walk out of the grove when I sensed a familiar presence heading toward me. Lightning surged, thunder qi coursing and radiating as the familiar aura of Yan Yun grew in strength. Yan Yun's expression wasn't hostile, but there was an edge to it, as if she was about to snap in two. And while I was glad the anger wasn't directed my way, I still wasn't pleased to see her heading my way like that. She paused, looking between the three of us in confusion. I'd expected her to avoid me after the misunderstanding and the way things had gone, but it seemed not. Hopefully, she wasn't looking for revenge. "Lu Jie," Yan Yun said, "I need to talk to you." Her aura flared as lightning crackled around her. Definitely an edge to it when her aura touched mine. I gulped, and Sheldon wiggled in my arms, jumping off. "Chirp!" the little guy exclaimed, and I started in surprise. The next moment, my feet seemed to lose cohesion as Sheldon's presence descended like a crashing mountain upon all of us. The presence wasn't even aimed at me, but I sensed its strength. A pool of water rose in front of him, swirling, and I shouted, "She's not an enemy!" A large tidal wave splashed all around us, and I was pushed off my feet and onto the ground soaking wet. "Chirp!" Sheldon chirped once more. I looked upon a now completely drenched Yan Yun, who stared blankly at Sheldon. Whatever anger she'd had seemed to have vanished with the water, leaving only muted surprise. Sheldon walked back to me, climbing up my legs, and I found myself breaking out in laughter, soon quietly followed by Su Lin. My gaze looked around the ridiculous scene of 4 cultivators lying flat on the ground, drenched in water by a tiny turtle, and something about it tickled my funny bones. I turned to look at Lao Sheng to see if he was all right, when I stopped. Lao Sheng stared at me before looking down as the realization dawned on him. Her, and I quickly averted my gaze. My heartbeat rose, and I cursed internally. How the hell did I get a person's gender wrong again? Chapter 44. Budding Friendships. I forced my rising heartbeat to settle down. I'd think over Liu Xiang later. I needed to deal with Yan Yun first. My gaze traveled back to the prodigious girl who'd pulled herself to her feet. Her qi had flared. Warmth wafted off her body as steam rose from her, evaporating the water. Yan Yun's gaze remained fixed onto Sheldon, the little turtle staring back as if to dare her to try and flare her aura again. I widened my eyes in surprise as Yan Yun bowed her head in respect. "My apologies, Great Spirit," Yan Yun spoke. Sheldon chirped once more, then burrowed in my arms. I'd always known that Sheldon was strong, yet strong enough to make Yan Yun bow in respect? Perhaps I'd underestimated my little turtle. "It seems you are quite the fortunate one, Lu Jie," Yan Yun spoke, her voice a notch calmer now. There was still a hidden anger buried within, but the edge was lost. The water really had visibly calmed her down. "Sorry about Sheldon. I'm not sure why he splashed you like that," I replied, flaring my own qi as I began to evaporate the water from my clothes. Generating qi was a delicate balance, as it was just as easy to burn my clothes as it was to warm them. It took me a minute and a bit,
even after my months of practice with alchemy to finally dry myself off, something Yen Yun had done within moments. Shi Do? An odd name. Regardless, even if hidden, it was foolish of me to miss the vast presence of the spirit, a shameful display for which I apologize. Lei Yu wouldn't blame Yen Yun. She is disturbed. Yen Yun waved her spirit's words away, though I could tell from the way her lips rose a fraction that the thought was appreciated. Matters not. I have things to discuss with you, Lu Jie. In regards to your trade with Su Lin and... Yen Yun paused, her eyes wandering as if to scan the surroundings. In regards to Li and Lei, the twins you sparred with before becoming an alchemist.
Anger and despair rose in my chest, and after a long while, I began to feel closer to Lu Jie's spirit. I breathed out, reining the anger back in, and nodded. All right, I said, turning toward Lao Shang. I have a few things I need to discuss as well. The four of us headed farther into the grove, Yen Yun and Lao Shang forming a perimeter to keep eyes off in case someone arrived. Taking a breath, I prepared for what I expected and dreaded would be a long and awkward talk. I stood in front of Yen Yun, who continued to stare at me. I'd somewhat expected a conversation like this to happen when Yen Yun found out what the actual deal was. She was the daughter of an elder in the sect, but I'd also been expecting this to happen a fair while back, and when it hadn't, I'd eventually lost track of the thought, too occupied with other details. I would like you to explain yourself about the trade and the theft the two of you participate in. Bound as I am by my oath, and even though this is ultimately a minor offense, it would do my name shame if I were to let it go without any actions, Yen Yun said, her voice stiff and cold. And, even if misguided, I had kept an eye out on the two of you. And I'd like to believe I am not so poor a judge of character, she added with a quiet sigh. I looked at Su Lin, who stood silently, his brows wrinkled in a frown. I didn't believe there was a point in trying to spin half-truths at this point. I am learning alchemy. It is the path I have discovered, the path I wish to take. But as a third realm disciple who's already 20, the sect would spare no resources over me until I proved myself by breaking through, which, as you can see, I haven't. A bitter smile flashed across my face, some of Lu Jie's feelings mixing in with my own. You could have joined the alchemy halls. The stature of a devoted alchemist may not be equal to that of a cultivator, but an alchemist of the Cloudy Peaks sect would be treated well, even outside the city, Yen Yun replied calmly. Join the halls and continue to produce the same old pills day in and day out, as I crawl ahead hoping to catch someone's eye so that I may be granted a better pill-making method or some favor and whatnot, I asked. Raising my eyebrows, there was a heat to my voice I hadn't intended to add. I continued regardless. No, I'd rather not. My path is not that. It is to explore the mysteries of the world and see them from myself. Alchemy is just one method of doing that, a more suitable one to me than the martial path. What about you then, Su Lin? Why do you steal spirit herbs from the sect? Your crimes are heavier than his, so do give your words some thought, Yen Yun spoke. I was about to interject when Su Lin grabbed my shoulders, stopping me, and he spoke quietly. Because I owe the sect nothing. Because the path I'd been shown wasn't one for a lowly peasant like me. Talented, they'd called me, as they took me up from my home and brought me here, fed on dreams. I didn't mind. I was willing to work hard. But the heavens didn't shine so brightly upon my head, and I had to scrape by to push through. That is, until they took Brother John from us. I could sense a slight tremble in his voice.
He stood up for us. He didn't abandon us when everyone had. Brother John had been a genius. He'd advanced just as fast as half the kids from those lords with little resources. Until one day, he decided to help us and let the son of some noble get injured. And his fate was cut short as his cultivation was crippled, Su Lin continued. I felt an odd emotion fill my chest. It wasn't fury that tugged at me in his voice. It was the apathy, the crippling, crushing defeat that hung heavy on each word he spoke. No one stopped them. No one said a word.
The guy who'd crippled him got a light punishment, a slap on the wrist before he was let go. We were abandoned. I have no love for the sect that threw us aside like trash. I stood in silence, my chest tight. My gaze turned to Yan Yun. Her spirit had manifested on her shoulders, crackling with thunder as his serene gaze was fixed sharp on Su Lin. Very well. I have decided on your punishment, Yan Yun spoke. I sighed, turning a side glance at Lao Shang with a small measure of embarrassment. This wasn't the end of the world for me, although I would definitely miss the library. The two of you will participate in the upcoming tournament in the hunt for the spirit herbs and treasures, after I've trained the both of you. It doesn't require fighting, and will rely more on knowledge than martial strength. As such, I need you to beat Lei and Li. In return, I will make sure the two of you get a steady supply of spirit herbs without having to resort to this. My head snapped up. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Su Lin doing the same. The offer was generous. Too generous. It was a gift, not a punishment. Why? I asked, dumbfounded. Because I am a fool. Because my blood seethes when I see the strong prey on the weak. Because I've seen the arrogance of the sons of these lords, and wish to crush it beneath my feet. And because I am gambling my future, Yan Yun spoke as a pulse of qi spread all over me. Lightning thundered all around as she nodded, as if finally resolving a conflict within herself. I have lived far too long under the shadow of my grandfather. I'd hoped he'd see my wishes, and I'd hoped he would understand my desires if I did well enough. No more. I've seen enough, and I've waited enough. I will not let him dictate my future for me, and in that, I need the two of you to help me, Yan Yun said, and she pointedly turned her eyes on me. Lu Jie, from what I understand, you are good at coaxing spirit animals with your qi? Yan Yun asked. I thought about it before giving a light nod. I hadn't tested it properly, but from what Labby told me, my qi was something of a drug in its own right, tinged with the smell of spirit herbs. Master's qi is delicious, Labby said, and I smiled. Good, and your spirit can smell spirit herbs. There are only a few critters more capable of sniffing out spirit herbs than spirit rats. It is unfortunate they are utterly useless as spirit animals, almost never breaking through into the first realm, Yan Yun said with a smile. I was starting to see her point. We'll prepare soon. I'll let the both of you know about the details. And, Lu Jie, by the end of this month, I'll be seeing to it that you're at the cusp of breaking through into the second circle. The tournament allows disciples to continue to participate if their breakthroughs happen within the tournament itself, Yan Yun said. A shudder went through my chest. Memories from Lu Jie's experiences, his struggle, briefly tugged at my mind, and I bowed in gratitude. This one must congratulate Senior, Lu Shang said. This one will look forward to meeting Senior amidst the tournament itself. I gave Lu Shang what I hoped was a thankful smile. Then an awkward moment of silence descended. But I wasn't the type to jump around the topic and went in for the dive. About your, I meant,
Damn, this was harder than it looked. It's the Yi blood, Lu Xiang said. Before I could even ask what he meant by that, he opened his mouth. 2 fangs peeked from the inside, and I noticed the odd shape of his throat. That wasn't a human's mouth. I noticed his sleeves were pulled back, revealing light, scale-like patterns on his skin. The Yi clan are descendants of an ancient serpent. We inherit these physical traits alongside the poison qi. It mellows our other traits.
The difference between men and women isn't as obvious. Lu Xiang looked at me with keen, unblinking eyes, and I began to notice his pupils were slightly oval, like expanded vertical slits. Alongside that, the clan members, when advancing, often shed. It is a process of both physique and spirit, and often our identities can cross between a man's and woman's. This one was born as a woman, but during cultivation, this one's qi turned toward the yang aspect. This one is still a woman in physique, but Senior senses the yang in this one's qi. As things are currently, this one inhabits the yang qi. That is intriguing. Lu Xiang remained unmoved. Then a light smile broke out on his face. I couldn't help but notice the way his face was slightly different from a human's in its musculature, and my imagination began to run wild. How did qi switch between yin and yang? What was the process like? How did a snake have human children? Spirit animals weren't completely physical and could take on human form, but to have children, likely something only a very high realm spirit could do. Should I refer to Lu Xiang as she now? Born as a woman, but cultivation can turn toward yang was a bit too confusing. To all my senses, he felt like a guy. His qi aspect itself was yang. But apparently the same didn't go for his body. So should I refer to you as a girl now? I asked. Senior can refer to this one as Senior has so far. The qi reflects this one's spirit, after all, Lu Xiang said. We should head to the town before it's too late, Su Lin said. Where are you heading? Yan Yun asked curiously, and I noticed the 2 of them had been listening in on our conversation. I stopped for a moment before speaking up. To Su Lin's brother. I think I can cure his crippling partially. Yan Yun gave me a look as if to say, Are you serious? Although the expression faded. If you don't mind, I wish to come and see the person in question, she said, and then, in a quieter voice, added, And I haven't gone out with disciples my age before. I wasn't sure how to reply, but smiled cheerfully. Sure, it'd be good to have some insight from someone more knowledgeable about cultivation as well, I said. Yan Yun's lips curved upward in a slight smile. I guess you didn't have many friends around if you were a genius prodigy. You catch the eye as it is. Are we really going to grab all these spirits and go out? The whole city would know about it before we're out of the sect, Su Lin said. I looked around at the eye-catching, serpent-like girl-boy next to me, to the quite literal definition of jade beauty prodigy, a lightning rat, a big, scary spider, a thunderbird, and an overpowered turtle in my hands. Fair. Time for some disguises? I asked. Lei Yu needs no coddling. Labby will behave. Juju thinks it wise. Chirp! The responses came, one after the other, as the spirits returned to their owners. I looked at Sheldon, who squeaked quietly. Well, I guess he was small enough to stay in my pouch. I turned my attention toward Yan Yun, who'd suddenly shifted into plain clothes, looking a lot more approachable, though still quite beautiful. My eyes moved to Liu Shang, whose cheeks now had a pink touch to them, making them not as pale and inhumanly white, and I noticed him holding a piece of cloth with some red powder on it. This one likes to be prepared, he replied.
Time to move out then.
Chapter 45. Cultivation Cure. Yan Yun walked silently, following behind the other three as they made their way out of the sect. Her qi was suppressed to appear to be at the peak of the third realm, and she'd changed the form of her robes to fit that of an outer disciple. The clothes oddly pleased her in their simplistic nature and fitting. She felt as if she was someone else, just another outer disciple out with her sect brothers and sisters to the city. Even if it was a lie, the thought soothed her. Lei Yu prefers the resplendent robes of the inner sect. Lei Yu sent the thought to Yan Yun, her spirit imagining himself in a regal gown with enough jewelry on it to shy some lords. "Don't you hate to take on a human form? Say the clumsy limbs are annoying," she asked, watching as the city appeared in the distance. Idle conversations had been occurring among the three walking ahead of her, and even though she walked alongside them, she still felt like an outsider intruding. "It isn't too displeasing," Lei Yu replied. "Yan Yun doesn't need these children as companions. She has both Zhu Ri and Lei Yu with her. Their fates are different than hers, and she will surpass them soon. Yan Yun should look for companions among peers." Yan Yun didn't reply to his words. Her peers were people who refused to look beyond her status and rank, or those trying to use her for their own gains. There were no companions to be found there. She slowed down a bit when she noticed Lu Jie stepping back to walk next to her. Her senses sharpened as she watched the boy intently. There was something strange about him, in the way he seemed so free of the little norms of civil society she'd been raised on. Yet it wasn't just his weird attitude that intrigued her. From the spirit turtle of such strength to having a spirit rat as his bonded spirit and his odd qi, there was a lot to uncover within the boy, and Yan Yun found herself all the more curious. "So, hey." "I never thanked you properly for helping me out with Labby's bond and with the thugs, and I just thought I'd do that now when I had the chance," Lu Jie said, and Yan Yun tried to gauge his intent. "So, I'm grateful that, well, you didn't get us expelled and everything. But I wanted to ask, why us? I don't mind participating in the tournament as long as it's not the fighting section. Herb gathering is right up my alley, but why us? I can't believe we're anywhere near the best choice for whatever it is you want to do. And I guess I just don't understand why you would want us." Yan Yun stared intently into his eyes for a moment. "Let me ask you this, Lu Jie. How many disciples in the outer sect do you think are at the peak of the third realm?" The boy gave it some thought. "At least a dozen?" "Less," Yan Yun said. "Besides you, there is another who has recently reached the peak of the third realm and will be going into secluded meditation to break into the second circle. Most disciples from the outer sect that participate in this tournament do so to gain a chance to enter the inner sect, and for a chance to gain whatever prizes may be there. If one can do so on their own strength by entering the fourth realm, why would any disciple participate in what would look to be a squabble among young children? The oldest participant besides you is still a year younger than you are." Lu Jie listened quietly, thinking about it. "There is no honor to be gained by defeating disciples younger than you. Many in your position chose to take roles around the sect, admitting the end of their path as the will of the heavens. Only a few fools keep knocking at heaven's door, refusing to give up," Yan Yun said, feeling her qi flaring. "I need those fools, Lu Jie. A disciple who couldn't beat peers younger than him and couldn't reach the second circle in all these years. I need someone like that to beat Lei and Li." It would be a disgrace for them and a minor inconvenience for the family, but it should serve my purposes well enough. Yan Yun noticed the Yi girl listening. Su Lin seemed content to ignore them. It would be a chance to get back at the two of them,
and a chance to redeem your name. Though it would bring you no honor, if you break through within the tournament and manage to win during the hunt, it would be enough to let you into the inner sect, Yen-Yun said.
Lu Jie's frown deepened. She'd had the opportunity to look into his background. There was little of note to him before his path as an alchemist had begun. But from what she found, the boy had been desperate to break through and defy the heavens to chase his dream. She would be surprised if he refused her.
Well, I'm not really interested. I don't really want to fight those two either. It went pretty bad the last time I did that. I'd be happy to take the spirit herb and win the competition, but I don't plan to join the inner sect. My path is alchemy now, and to uncover the mysteries of cultivation, Lu Jie replied, turning to look at her with a quiet gaze. He had a well-shaped build, but his demeanor always made Yen-Yun feel he was shorter than her. Yet, as he stated his path, just for a moment, she felt an odd change within the boy's expression. There was more life to him, standing with his back straight and eyes focused on her. His chi was filled with a deep yearning to grow, and she found her core shudder in response. An emotion she'd long forgotten under the desperate desire to excel and please her grandfather. The inner sect guides alchemists as well. There are few alchemists around, and the sect is always looking for disciples willing to take the path. Nah, with no disrespect. It's just not that fun when I'm told to explode things. I'd rather do that on my own.
A grin spread on Lu Jie's face, and Yen-Yun heard a crackle as his spirit rat squeaked in response.
You're strange, Yen-Yun said, and the boy sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Yup, sure am, he said, moving ahead to Lao Shang, where he began to poke the Yi girl about her bloodline, while muttering to himself on occasion. Yen-Yun watched Lu Jie as a smile curved her lips upward. She envied his freedom. The walls of 7th Peak loomed ahead as we entered the city gates. I'd been impressed the last time I visited, and I was impressed yet again by the construction feat, especially given the lack of apparent technology. I continued to poke Lao Shang about her unique snake features. It wasn't every day I met a snake person, after all. At first, I'd been concerned I was being insensitive, but he certainly didn't seem to mind, so I wasn't going to let go of an opportunity to what was essentially a descendant of a spirit. The talks so far led to a few very interesting insights. The Yi clan's shedding continued till the 6th realm. When ascending to the 7th realm, before they could take their positions as an elder, they would need to solidify their core and identity. This would be the last shedding they experience, and this identity would stick with them to the end. At that stage, the body would morph to follow the spirit, irrespective of what it was at birth. But that wasn't the end of it, not even close. Lao Shang's clan had spirits of serpents born within the family. Not animals who gained sentience and weird knowledge from qi, but born spirits from the non-human descendants of their ancestors. And these spirits often had the same process as the human members, but their identity and forms sometimes solidified as a human, turning them into a human permanently. There was a treasure trove of information here, as information on noble clans was something far out of what Lu Jie's memories contained. He knew about the city Lord Zhou, though not much more. I made mental notes as I followed alongside Liu Sheng, and soon we stood in front of Granny Lung's shop. Signs of damage from what looked like bladed weapons on some of the wood signs became apparent, bringing a frown to my face. The scent of herbs touched my nose, sensing the swirling qi as the old woman continued to refine her pills. I glanced for a moment at Yen-Yun to see her reaction before heading inside. I followed Sulin as we headed into the inside room where Zhang lay nearby.
I grimaced at his state once more, feeling the odd lack of qi in his body. I noticed Liu Shang freeze alongside Yan Yun as their gaze fell upon the boy.
Brother Zhang, I've got some folks I know here. They might be able to help, Su Lin spoke, walking closer to the boy. He opened his eyes and turned to look at me. A strange weight descended on my chest, coming face to face with what it meant if I gave hope to someone like him, only to fail. My hands clenched. I'll try. I can't guarantee anything, but I think his qi deficiency can be fixed, I said, more to convince myself than anyone else. The theory was simple. Form a source of qi that could directly circulate through his channels in place of his dantian, somewhat like a dialysis machine for kidney failure. I'd be making a purification system for qi to be supplied into his body. Liu Shang, can you tell me anything about his core? I asked, stepping closer to the boy. I noted the symptoms I'd read of qi deficiency, the atrophied limbs and pale skin, the thin hair, alongside the little threads of qi still leaking out of his body from whatever spirit herbs he may have consumed. This one can see, Liu Shang muttered, crouching as he took a pulse. A dark green aura spread from him and covered the boy. The core is shattered. The first circle misses pieces, and it has been stitched badly back together. This is hopeless. Liu Shang met my gaze. What does Senior intend to do? I took out the pill I'd made from my pouch, gently rubbing Sheldon's shell in the process. Sheldon crawled his way out, landing with a thud. Can you help me, buddy? I asked Sheldon. Chirp! I plan to feed him this pill and then enter his core with my spirit and fix it from the inside. A sharp intake of breath came from Yan Yun, and I ignored the reaction as I continued to look at Liu Xiang. Can you make sure his vitals remain stable while I'm in there? Yes, this one can do it, Liu Xiang replied. I turned to the boy. His eyes were sunken into the sockets. I wasn't sure what I'd been hoping to find. Some desire to live, to fight. All I saw was a pained gaze that dared not hope. I didn't know if I could do it. I'd never had the chance to try and enter Sheldon's inner world or core again. I knew the turtle could guide me through the process. Something about my cultivation technique had been adapted by the turtle, and I'd felt the tug on my spirit as he'd invited me into his inner world a few times. But whether it would work on someone else, I had no idea. A smile covered my face as I extended the pill to the boy, putting it in his mouth. With some help, he swallowed, and I sensed the pill dissolve into qi within his body. I sat cross-legged and closed my eyes. Putting one hand on the boy's abdomen, where I sensed the shattered remains of his dantian, I began to circulate my qi. Sheldon soon joined alongside me. My spirit stretched, pulled alongside the flow of qi as darkness covered my eyes. Chapter 46. A Shattered World. A dark, endless expanse surrounded me when I opened my eyes. A dreading cold touched my spine as the sensation of something wrong shook my spirit. The air was thin, making my chest tighten. This place was wrong, extremely wrong, unsettling me just standing here. Chirp, Sheldon explained, although the sound came out like a heavy rumble. I looked down, noticing the massive turtle underneath with a beautiful green and brown shell covered in circles of gold. The realization that my plan had worked finally settled on me, but I let the happiness quickly fade away. I had work to do. Labby, can you hear me? Labby can. Labby dislikes this space. She'll stay inside, Labby muttered, her qi quieting.
That was a first. Yet, for once, I didn't disagree. There was something hostile about this place. Sheldon rumbled once more, and I slid off his back to float in the endless dark. I would have lost my sense of position if he hadn't been around to orient me. I patted Sheldon's shell, extending my chi senses. The world rippled as my chi sense spread out. A shower of green chi pulsed through the darkness, shuddering and shivering as it spread itself all over. That must be Liu Xiang's chi, I assumed, watching the odd smoky chi do its work. I reached out toward the lunar chi in the distance. Pulsing and glowing, a small seed of light that anchored me in the darkness. I walked ahead, keeping a hand on Sheldon's shell as I tried to search for my seed. The darkness stretched infinitely. I tried to chat, yet the shivering darkness soon killed any attempts at a conversation. My senses faltered, slowly beginning to lose my sense of direction. Was I truly making any progress, or just randomly walking around in circles? Time lost meaning as the darkness encroached upon my mind. My vision started to blur as cold whispers assailed my mind. A voiceless voice, a fleeting sensation. I turned to look at Sheldon and froze as a walking corpse greeted me, covered in purple vines with a blooming flower of miasma on top of it. Sheldon roared, lifting his legs as he tried to stomp on me. My body reacted before my mind could, as chi rushed to my feet and I rolled. "Sheldon, it's me! Calm down!" I shouted, and found my voice echoing back at me, accompanied by a harsh wind brushing against my mind. Sheldon continued to rampage at unseen shadows. Shit, there was some kind of illusion here. I pulsed my chi, flooding it outward, and gently it reached Sheldon. The turtle paused, sensing my presence. The vines on its back began to wither as his new and pristine form emerged once again. Sheldon walked closer as I kept my hand extended. His nostrils flared, taking in my scent. Then he rubbed his head against my hand, and I smiled, giving a light hug. "I think I like you more when you're tiny," I said, as Sheldon nudged me and rumbled in what I could tell was just a low-pitched chirp. "There's something wrong here. More than just the broken core and world," I said, having a look around. "Labby thinks. Labby knows," Labby spoke up, her chi shifting as the little rat manifested on my shoulders. "Labby has felt this. When she'd been breaking through, as lightning and lunar chi pulsed against one another, Labby had seen a gap in her core from where she'd seen the darkness beyond. She'd heard the voices then, for a moment, asking her to give up," Labby said. I noticed the distant cracks in the dark shell from where the chi seeped out. A sound, like a cry of pain and agony, permeated through the wind as I began to realize what this was. "It's his fear," I muttered, the wind rushing against my body. Something told me I was right. His fears, his agony. It takes form here, in this broken core and world. It makes sense.
If cultivators forge inner worlds from their cores, then their spirits have to be the strongest here, allowing them to take form. It was similar to Sheldon's lake and inner world, the culmination of everything the turtle cherished. But things were far different here. There was no boundless chi, no chi at all, in fact. The chi I'd spent to calm Sheldon had already dissipated, and the more chi I spent here, the weaker I would be. I may not be able to return if I exhausted all my chi, and each moment I spent felt like I was breathing without air, draining my chi more and more. Is this what it was like for him? Every living moment spent as if dying, as if you couldn't breathe.
like your body and spirit kept screaming to have life given to it, yet there just wasn't enough. And so you perpetually suffocated. Anger filled my heart at the thought. If I was already struggling, I couldn't imagine what life would be like for Zhang. To live like this was far too cruel and inhumane, and I found myself fuming on his behalf. If this was the justice of this world, then I had no need for it. "Master, something is coming," Labby informed me. Sheldon rumbled, his chi flaring, and I narrowed my eyes as a wispy figure neared. A young man, wearing the familiar robes of the Cloudy Peak sect, made his way toward us. I frowned, feeling as if I knew the boy from somewhere, when it hit me who he was. I stared at John, as he once was. It was difficult to say it was the same person. His skin was smooth, and his eyes held a fire within them, with his hair tied in a knot behind his head. This wasn't the sickly boy I knew, but a powerful and confident cultivator. The shadow stood at a distance, its form flickering and shifting. I noticed the blood on his clothes. I waited for it to do something, to say something. I was out of my expertise here. Normally, I would have felt a lot of interest in how everything worked, but right now, my senses told me to stay sharp.
"Why?" the boy said, his voice hollow and broken, as if suppressing a keening cry. "Too late. Far too late." A chill went down my spine, his skin shriveling in front of my eyes as his hair fell out. Black smoke rose from his skin as black, gooey blood dripped from his eyes. That was miasma. There was a powerful pulse of chi from up ahead, and my vision cleared as I sensed the lotus farther ahead. "Sheldon, run!" I screamed, dashing ahead. A wailing howl tore at me as cold blades of wind rushed at me. Wraith-like creatures leapt from the shadows as the world began to twist. Shit. This was bad. This was really bad. My hands went to my belt, reaching for my explosive pills, but I wasn't in my body. There were no pills with me here. God damn it. A shadowy wraith leapt at me with its claws. Chi flared from my arm as I turned my chi into spirit essence and ignited it. Fire spread from my hands in a plume as it ate through the wraith's shadow. I rushed ahead, ignoring the other wraiths. I may not be interested in fighting, but I hadn't been sitting around doing nothing to improve my chances in a fight. Old Man's advice on mastering the flame stuck with me, and while I couldn't produce fire chi, I could ignite things. Energy was energy, and I had enough chi for a fire show. Flooding my feet with chi, I stomped on the abyss of darkness in my mad dash for the glowing ball of lunar chi being swarmed by wraiths. A roar made me stumble. Sheldon sprayed a massive wave of water all around. My little guy was not so little after all. "Master, Wraith!" Labby shouted, manifesting on my shadow. Wow, Labby knew Metal Claw the shadow. Wow, Labby knew Metal Claw now. I shook my head, shelving the jokes as I refocused on the pill. Chi swirled around my palm as I shot it toward the wraiths, igniting it in the next moment. Like an exploding storm, fire spread through the shadowy wraiths covering the pill. A screeching howl came from behind me, and I turned, seeing the shadow of Zhang, now deformed like a floating corpse with bloodshot eyes headed straight for me. Sheldon gave chase, water flooding all around, yet Zhang was faster. I hurriedly grabbed the lotus pill, letting its energy soak into me. "I'm trying to help you!" I screamed, as a beam of water splashed Zhang to the side. The wraith didn't listen, continuing to thrash as dark, putrid tendrils erupted from behind him, removing any trace of humanity from the boy. This screeching, howling monster wasn't Zhang. No, this was whatever twisted amalgamation had been formed out of all his fears and regrets. We were in the realm of spirits, and that creature was exactly what I needed to purge. I sat down, crossing my legs with the pill in my hand. I hate to ask you to do this, but can you protect me, Labby? My little rat turned to me and squeaked once, patting her chest. Labby will protect Great Master with her life. Please don't, I said with a wry smile. If things get bad, we'll be leaving together, all of us. Labby jumped, purple lightning crackling all around her. I sure hope this works, I said, and closed my eyes. Holding the lunar pill within my arms, I let it float above and began to guide its chi. 2 circles, a cycle of infinity. Like yin and yang, the 2 circles followed one another in an eternal chase for completion. I cultivated, and my chi began to swirl. Lunar chi spread all around me, moving in wispy motes of light as I guided it through the world. Little tendrils began to sprout from the pill, taking root as light began to spread. Something slashed my back, drawing blood. I didn't open my eyes. A crackle of lightning and a howl followed. I continued to cultivate. The chi increased in its intensity as more and more roots began to take hold. Light spread through the barren and dark world, and I sensed the seed with my core reacting. Something shifted in my core as the chi began to swirl in a frenzy. I guided the chaos, tying it all together under my cultivation, under the cycle of the chi. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, a seed was planted. 9 cycles, 10 cycles, the seed blossomed. 30 cycles, 40 cycles. Roots began to spread. A tendril pierced my shoulder, and my eyes clamped in pain. Fire licked my body as my spirit trembled and the chi lost its shape. I refocused. I wasn't really here. My body was outside. The pain was a hallucination, a trick of my mind. The pain ebbed when Sheldon roared and tore the creatures away from me. I continued. 90 cycles. 100 cycles. My presence spread through the world, covering all within it. I was a part of this world, and my spirit was its own. I felt memories trying to rush in, and the wraiths tugging at my mind, trying to wreak havoc in my own core. I flinched, about to cut myself off when the seed within my core pulsed. These wraiths, ultimately they too were energy, and something within my spirit longed for them. They had something I lacked, something I needed. I opened my eyes as chi burned through my spirit. Light shone from my core, and I bared my spirit in front of the wraiths and began to pull. Miasma swirled around me, and the wraiths paused as if confused at the sudden pull. Where once they rushed to enter my spirit, now they struggled to escape. Miasma swirled within the world. Zhang's spirit howled, all sense of reason and humanity lost. They tried to escape, yet my will was stronger. The miasma flooded my core, greedily absorbed by the seed within me. My cultivation shifted, my dantian aching to grow as the cycle within it changed. The seed shivered at my core as it finished absorbing the miasma within itself. It ate greedily on the wraiths until filled to the brim. The second circle of my dantian began to take shape. I focused on feeling the turmoil in my spirit as the miasma raged. Realization dawned on me, watching the cycle of chi and miasma. I couldn't see it in the outside world, yet here, within this spirit world, I could see the cycle for what it was. two halves of a greater whole. Fire chi, water chi, lunar chi, miasma, death, blood. All of it a spectrum of the same source, different forms of the same energy. The first circle was chi, representing life. The second was gu, representing death. With both together, the cycle was complete. I began to break through. Chapter 47. Trials and Tribulations. Poison chi swirled, coursing through the veins of the boy as Liao Xiang purified the deformed and clogged pathways. The state the boy's pathways were in left Liao Xiang with little hope at any chances of recovery. He'd heard of elders in the sect capable of restoring cultivation in certain scenarios, but even they wouldn't be able to save this boy. Merely heal him to leave a peaceful life at best and die younger than most.
What's taking him so long? You reckon he's lost?
Su Lin asked, as Liao Xiang wiped his hair to the side. The rat-like boy had grown used to his presence and, against all odds, hadn't responded with confusion or disgust when he'd become aware of his peculiarities.
This one doubts it. Senior is still moving through, and this one can sense disturbances in the core, Liao Xiang replied. He's there, but something's wrong, Yan Yun muttered.
Liao Xiang glanced at the Yan girl. The Yan clan weren't nobles, yet the influence of the clan was undeniable. He'd already heard of the young prodigy the clan was raising.
Zhe still thinks Lu Jie was putting on a front, Zhe said, diverting his thoughts back.
Liao Xiang slightly shook his head with a light smile. It had come as a surprise to him to have Lu Jie not show any kind of reaction. Even in his clan, those with the poison bloodline were avoided. He'd come to terms with his life and reality long ago, and had been prepared for Lu Jie to rethink their relationship. Yet the curiosity about his bloodline that ignored all other factors took even him by surprise. Liao Xiang felt his qi shift. He'd slowly but surely been finding his nature returning to yin, the yang qi mellowing out the closer he got to breaking through. Liao Xiang was fond of his feminine side a fair bit, seeing how it had been what he'd spent his childhood as. Although there were certainly benefits to the yang aspect qi as well, including an increase in strength at the cost of dexterity. A groan came from the boy, catching Liao Xiang's attention. He refocused his efforts, pulsing his qi through the boy as he spread vitality all around. A frown covered Liao Xiang's face when his qi vanished, greedily being sucked into the core. Liao Xiang extended his senses, taking out his needles. He pressed his hand against Lu Jie's, which was set against the boy's dantian, and took a look. A shuddering, howling crack spread through his mind, sensing deep, unending darkness pulsing within. Is that supposed to be happening? Su Lin asked as Liao Xiang opened his eyes, noticing black splotches on the boy's skin.
Miasma! Get Lu Jie away, now!
Yan Yun shouted as her lightning pulsed. No, Liao Xiang spoke, infusing his voice with qi. His aura spread out, lashing, and the Yen girl stopped. He wasn't her match, yet his aura would still unnerve her despite the difference in realm.
Senior's spirit is still in there. Things will go very wrong if you separate him now,
Liao Xiang spoke, simultaneously instructing Zhi. His spirit grabbed the needles he needed, beginning to place them on the boy's skin. Poison qi touched the end of the silver needles, turning them a dark black as he pierced the boy's skin. The poison wouldn't harm him, but it would stop the miasma from spreading.
I don't understand. Why is he suddenly turning into a demon? There should be no way,
Yan Yun muttered, her qi increasingly unsettled. Liao Xiang held back a sigh. She was like all lightning cultivators, quick to anger and impulsive. At least she's not as bad as the spirit rat. Zhezhu hopes the moon tempers her spirit well.
There could be many reasons, but now is not the time. This one has heard of such occurrences. Without the core to protect the spirit, cultivators can often fall prey to spirits and wraiths.
Perhaps Senior entering the core allowed such a pathway to be opened, Lao Shang spoke, his hands continuing to move across the boy, inserting needles at the right points. Had he been a normal human, sweat would have dotted his forehead. Instead, Lao Shang quietly hissed beneath his breath, letting out his frustration. He didn't like doing it. The sound was too inhuman, too unsettling. Yet the frustration of the task had bested his ingrained habits. He still forgot to even blink sometimes. Mingling within society was tough. And that is precisely why Zhezhu will never be doing something silly as taking on a human form. She'll let her sisters have their fun, and wait for them to cry about how they only have 2 eyes and 4 limbs and can't even climb walls anymore. Lao Shang smiled at Zhezhu's words. She knew he was worried, even if he didn't show it like others, and the words were meant as a distraction for him to calm down. He couldn't deny the effectiveness.
Zhang is stable, for now. But Senior, as long as Senior's spirit remains within, this one can't do anything. We can only wait, Lao Shang said.
A muttered curse came from Su Lin.
This was a bad idea. I should have known. You can't fix this stuff. I should have thought more,
Su Lin muttered, staring at Zhang, clenching his fist. Lao Shang turned toward the boy. He could tell Su Lin felt unnerved by his look. It did so with most people.
Panic would lead to nothing. And besides, if Zhang was going to turn, it would have happened a while ago. If his spirit has held on for so long, then it won't break today. This one isn't asking you to trust any of us, but trust your brother.
Su Lin held his gaze, then let out a breath as he nodded. Bah, what are you kids doing now? An old woman exclaimed, walking in with a cane. Her skin was a sheet of wrinkles upon wrinkles, and the smell of spirit herbs permeated from her.
Her eyes were sharp as they soon settled upon Liu Shang and the sleeping Zhang behind him. Yi? Doesn't matter. Good use of poison right there. I would have had some words if it had been any less precise, the old granny muttered. The boy really went ahead and tried to challenge the heavens, didn't he? She stared at Lu Jie, muttering something to herself. Is there anything we can do? Yan Yun asked. Watch and let the heavens decide, the woman said. And so, they watched. Qi swirled around Lu Jie, while the pill poured lunar qi within the dantian of the boy, Zhang. It swirled and it circled, spreading all over. Dark swirls of qi churned as the splotches on Zhang's skin began to fade. The miasma ebbed and it flowed, before it soon began to gather around his core, and then toward Lu Jie. Lunar qi flooded Zhang as life began to return to his body. Yet, things weren't done. The qi within the room began to swirl in a frenzy, and qi radiated from Lu Jie's body, energy permeating from his dantian as the world around him began to shake. Something was taking root. A pulse of qi spread, washing out in a massive wave. Liu Shang stumbled back from the intensity of the qi, his pupils dilating as he hissed. They'd all felt that. Any nearby cultivator felt that. A powerful pulse of qi had just permeated the area.
He's breaking through. This can't be,
Yan Yun said, rushing to the nearby window and peeking outside. Her eyes widened in surprise, looking back to Lu Jie. The girl's hand was shaking as her qi churned in turmoil.
The qi of the heavens are swirling. A tribulation has begun. Lu Jie has begun a tribulation. There's a storm outside and, heavens, he's going to die like this.
Lu Xiang hissed, audibly this time, his eyes turning to Lu Jie. The last tribulation he'd heard of was when an elder had broken through into the seventh realm. A young prodigy who'd worked for decades and had become one of the youngest elders in the clan. A tribulation for entering the fourth realm? The heavens themselves will shake, as every cultivator in the city would become aware of it and would rush to seek the clan that gained a new elder. Just what was Lu Jie up to? There is this sensation that people have, this odd premonition about things, be it a hunch or a very strong gut feeling. I knew a fair few people, even those of more rational and scientific inclinations, who had these hunches, these gut feelings they trusted. I'd always found it foolish. To trust an impulse was stupidity. I'd heard the claims that it was instinctual logic, or evolution, or whatnot, and had called bullshit on it all. I'd never had this hunch, and I was doing just fine. That is, until today. Today, I had a hunch, and it was telling me I was in deep shit. Miasma and chi churned in a torrential storm within my core. Leaves blossomed from the seed within my dantian, spreading out and yearning to bud as heavenly chi poured within me. The lotus I'd established within Zhang's core blossomed to form a massive flower of pure chi, spreading its light as the world around me began to creak and groan. The shattered remnants of Zhang's core pulsed and throbbed as the chi of the heavens flooded them. Light spread within the dark world as I consumed all the wraith, wrestling the two opposing energies together and holding them in a perpetual cycle. Two cycles, yet the same whole. Vaguely, I heard Labby's voice in my mind. I couldn't make out the words in the state I was in, yet I could sense her concern. Sheldon's spirit touched my own, and my chi trembled from the Great Spirit's touch. I smiled, a pained expression on my face, as I continued to gather my energy. My spirit felt like it would be torn in two under the weight of the forces it carried. I had no idea what would come of breaking through in a place like this, yet something told me there wouldn't be much of me left after the process either way. From the very first day when I'd changed my cultivation method, there'd been an insight I failed to recognize. 2 cycles and their cores. My path and the steps I needed to take. The hints had been present, yet the memories I'd inherited from Lu Jie refused to let me believe something absurd like that. Perhaps it was a good thing. It had let me live a bit longer. I opened my eyes, watching a white expanse in front of me. My hands were dark splotches of black with twisted claws jutting from them. The miasma hadn't left my spirit untouched as it made its way in. I focused my will, shifting my spirit back into a human form as I pushed the miasma further in. I felt at my core, at the second circle forming within. The realm Lu Jie so desired to reach. The realm he'd so desperately struggled to get to. Now it hung like a noose upon my neck. My eyes shifted to Labby, the little rat crackling with nervous thunder. Somewhere along the way, I'd cut off our bond to protect her. Yet even now, I felt as if I could hear her thoughts. I smiled, feeling oddly calm as my form began to fade away from the turmoil of chi and miasma within my core. A bright lotus bloomed in front of me, roots of chi spreading all over. The second spirit landmark I'd made. I could sense the first one all the way back in my chamber, connected to my soul. It had been a success. Zhang would be healed. I couldn't bring back his cultivation, but with this, he would at least be able to live like a normal person. It was the most I could manage for him. Thunder flashed around me as the heavenly chi swirled. Lightning roiled, and I cursed how little time I had. dumb as fuck tribulation clouds couldn't even wait till I had a moment with my spirits. It only served to prove there was something conscious within the chi itself.
Stay away, Labby, Sheldon. I really don't know what I'm doing here, I said.
Labby squeaked in reply, protesting. I turned to look into Sheldon's dark green eyes.
A moment later, the turtle grabbed Labby in his mouth and dragged her away. I nodded in gratitude. My form began to dissipate. I had held off the breakthrough for too long, and the turmoil of forces desired a release. The chi rumbled, asking for me to abandon the miasma, to break through and consume the goo within me to progress. It wished for me to follow the path it ordained for me and bend to its will. I closed my eyes, ignoring the thunderous force of the chi, sensing the insight I'd gained. Within the seed, in its blossoms, born of two opposing natures of energy, were words. It was in no language I recognized, and simultaneously, all of them. The words whispered in my soul. The first law. The insight that signified the first step I'd taken, an immutable truth of the world around me. I had barely scratched its surface, but even just that was enough to push me into a new realm. I knew the first step within my path now, and it wasn't the path the heavens wished to force upon me. I opened my eyes and faced the heavens above. I refuse. The world stilled around me, as if time itself had slowed down. I refuse to progress on your path. The chi trembled, raging at my words. It crackled with lightning, blinding my sight. It was a warning. The moment I progressed upon the insight, lightning would tear my spirit apart. Anger filled my chest. Go on. Strike me down. That is exactly what you'd planned to do, hadn't you? I'm starting to realize why it's so difficult to spread knowledge in this world. Why, even when people live for centuries, no major breakthroughs occur. It's because of you, isn't it? The moment someone gains the right knowledge, the right piece of information, you come down with your thunder and lightning, ready to strike them down, I said to the heavens, my fury boiling forth. How many have you struck down? How many lives have you smothered? How much knowledge have you vanquished? I shouted, finding something in my spirit melding. The memories from Lu Jie began to boil forth, his spirit submerged in mine, and mine in his. I bared my teeth in defiance. You held me back. For months, for years, I struggled all by myself. I pushed and trained, yet nothing. I was looked down on, cursed at, the scum of the sect, not knowing his limits. They called me a fool. They thought I was arrogant, but I didn't give up. Up until the very end, I didn't give up. And now that I've finally touched upon one of the heavens' truths, you try to strike me down? Rage filled my spirit as chi and miasma boiled forth from my core. Thunder crackled from the heavens, rising to a crashing wave. I refuse. I do not follow your rules. This is my path, a path of knowledge and a path of understanding. One that wished to bring change to this world. And you? You are in my way. Lightning struck my spirit, and my core shattered in two. My spirit ripped itself out of Zhang's core, carried by torrents of thunder and lightning. The seed within me pulsated, burning from an overwhelming amount of heavenly chi pouring into it. My life was fading from my grasp. I closed my eyes, cycling my chi as darkness covered my sight. Chapter 48. Twin Paths. I didn't remember dying. The last memory I had was of being in my room, preparing for my test, as my mind drifted on random thoughts, procrastinating my time away. Now I found certain memories drifting forth as I floated within the darkness.
Faded, blurring images came to me, of screams and of fire. There was a loud explosion and a burning hot sensation embedded in my gut. I remember looking down, feeling numb, as blood poured out of my gut. My classmate grabbed me and screamed as I fell, and then there was nothing. School shooting? I couldn't tell, my memories were too vague. But dying from a bullet wound was not the way I'd expected to go out. I guess this made for the second time I died in an unexpected way. I looked down at myself and found a familiar pair of jeans and a t-shirt covering me. I'd almost forgotten how it had felt to wear regular clothes. It felt nostalgic, yet also oddly foreign. "What now?" I called out to the dark. No response came. Is this it? Just unending darkness? Talk about lame, dude. The silence stretched on. I kept muttering to myself nonetheless. The words were more to keep myself sane than anything else. Eventually, I began to walk. This wasn't my first foray into unending darkness and floaty void expanses, after all. Not that my first one lasted too long or went particularly nice, but dying was just one of those things that happened when you went spirit delving. What if I wasn't dead? Perhaps this was just a haze-induced coma, and I was still alive. It'd be odd after having the literal heavens shoot me with lightning, but I've heard of stranger things happening. I tried to feel at my core. Two broken halves sat within, shattered and split right down the middle. Guess there went my cultivation days. At least I may still be alive, I muttered, finding no relief my words may have implied. Dying might be the better alternative over living as a cripple. Although I could probably still do science if I wanted to, there was just something about the joy of exploring magic that I couldn't replace. It wouldn't be the same. Without Labby, Sheldon, all my notes on alchemy, the pills I was working on, the spirit garden, none of it would be the same. Whoa, no depression fest. Things might be recoverable. Should have thought of all this before defying the heavens and calling it dumb and stuff. Too late for regrets, man, I said, trying to keep my spirits from sinking. I'm not sure it worked. It seems we're more similar than I'd ever thought, a familiar voice whispered. My head snapped forward, and my eyes widened in surprise as I paused mid-step at the shadowy figure. My own face, a face that I'd grown familiar with in the last 2 months, headed closer. A frown covered his brows with an arrogant touch to his spirit. He wore the same outer robes I used to, but the clothes fit him more than they had ever fit me. I watched with a sinking heart as Lu Jie neared. "You're alive?" I asked. He held the same arrogance I associated with cultivators, yet there was also exhaustion in each step he took. "I am, or was, until you took my name, that is," the boy said. I winced. I did do that, didn't I? I pretended to be him and lived his life in his stead. In my defense, I'd thought he was gone for good. Not that it'd have made me any more likely to give up being alive. I decided to put my moral quandary to the side. "Well, thanks for letting me borrow yours. I made sure not to tarnish your name too much, but a crazy young beauty thought you were into men. My bad for that," I said, trying to get a reaction out of him. Neither of us laughed. An odd sensation filled my chest now that I was face to face with Lu Jie. Was this the end of my free life trial? Subscribe to the premium service for more? Subscription services didn't want to leave me even in a whole other world. God damn it. "You still don't see it, do you?" Lu Jie asked. I raised my eyebrow. "Not if you're all mysterious about it, no. If you tell me, though, then I might." Lu Jie continued to stare at me with a silent expression, almost like Lu Shang when he didn't blink for a minute or two straight,
only slightly more unnerving. "What's your name?" Lu Jie asked. "What do you mean by my name?" I asked, baffled at the question. "Of course, my name is Lu Jie." My words died down the moment I uttered them. My gaze drifted down to my hands. They were shaking. Lu Jie was the arrogant boy in front of me, the boy whose path ended early, but who stubbornly refused to accept his fate. The boy who had been beaten down by 2 young children and had lost his life in an unfortunate accident. He was Lu Jie. But then, who was I? It hadn't been until my so-called death that I had finally begun to realize who you truly are. Why do you think you remember my memories? Why is it so that, despite having an unfamiliar face and body, you moved as if it was your very own? As if you'd never had a doubt in the fact that this was you? Lu Jie spoke. You've been there all along. A bundle of memories. Right from my childhood, you were there. Little memories of a world I'd never seen or heard of. Things I'd never encountered coming to my mind. I had never understood it. The elders called me spirit-touched and sent me to the cultivators, who soon found potential in my spirit and qi in my budding core, Lu Jie said, and I sensed dark mist rising from his limbs. Do you know what they didn't find? What I didn't find until the very end? It was you, Lu Jie said, his eyes burning as he stared into mine. I stumbled back as if physically pushed. I was... what? My lips parted, desperately trying to come up with a name, my name, to recall my memories, any memories, of who I had been. What I saw wasn't the modern home and my family, not the luxuries of the modern world and internet, but instead a broken-down shack and a kind man toiling in the fields. You are me, Lu Jie continued, or at least a part of me. I do not know what to call you. You have no name I know of besides my very own, Lu Jie. You have lived the same life I have, even if you do not remember all of it. Same as how I do not recall everything from our previous life, Lu Jie said. Just hold on, please. This is getting a bit too freaky. I clutched my head, trying to sort my mind. A laughable notion. Nothing made sense right now. I am you. But not you? Like, hold on. So you mean to say that I am a part of you, and I've been here from the start? All those memories I thought were yours, they were me? Me from when you were running the body, that is, I asked, and Lu Jie nodded. They were both of us. You lived within my mind, and you sometimes spoke when I slept instead. You have been my shadow, the hidden half the world didn't see. The difference between us is not too clear. I am you, but not complete, and the same goes for you, Lu Jie said. My heart thundered on the tides of a mounting headache. My clothes began to shift, and I now wore robes from this world, a world I'd lived in for years without being aware of it. Then, how come I'm the one running things now? I asked. Or what? Is this where you consume my spirit and become complete and ascend in your big dick quest to immortality as your spirit bloodline awakens or some shit? There was heat in my voice. I didn't want to be reduced to nothingness again. No, Lu Jie replied. That was a surprise. No, just like that? You don't want to be the one doing all the, being alive and stuff? I would be suspicious of him, but somehow I knew he wasn't lying. None of this was a lie. I could tell. I was him, after all. I wish to, now that I'm awake again,
The desire fills my heart.
But I can't. My spirit is still too weak, and I've changed. If I took over, we would both die, Lu Jie said, his voice bitter. I've also had some time to observe you and think about my life as you went about denying everything I'd lived for up until the very moment I'd died. I winced. Self-roasts sucked. I watched you through your journey, and I spent a lot of time thinking. I was arrogant, foolish, and frustrated, and I let my ambition and anger get the best of me. I had worked harder than anyone else, yet I'd found only half the result, and ultimately it led us to this, Lu Jie said, extending his hand outward, and an expression of muted sorrow covered his face. Well, yeah, you were kinda stupid, honestly. Wait, I'm just roasting myself here, aren't I? Damn it, I muttered, and was surprised when a chuckle escaped from Lu Jie. I was a fool. That is another reason why I wish for you to return instead of me. I wish to see just where your path will take you. The insight I couldn't grasp within all these years, you managed to touch upon with such ease. Perhaps there is something within that yearning of knowledge and understanding which separates us. You have ignited my desire to see and walk that path with you, Lu Jie said, a dark smoke whipping around him. Miasma, are you gonna go demonic batshit on me now? I asked, trying to circulate my qi when I soon realized the state of my dantian, sitting shattered in two. Odd for you to say that. Did you forget your own words? Energy is just energy. There is no good or evil within it, Lu Jie said, gliding toward me. The insight I lacked. The reason why, when you cultivate, you do so not in one, but two cycles. It is me, and it is you. There are two of us, two that form the same whole. All my life, I'd cultivated only one half of my spirit, leaving the other behind. It's why it took me twice as long and twice as much effort to get to where I was. But not anymore. Something in my spirit was rising. I had an innate understanding of what I was meant to do here. It is time for us to be free, Lu Jie said, extending his hand. Miasma rose around him, sizzling and hissing as it circulated the boy in a dark haze. And then the boy spoke, his words shaking my spirit. I am the goo, the miasma, the poison, the death. And I am the qi, I whispered, extending my hand. My spirit shuddered as I brushed my spirit against Lu Jie's spirit. The two halves of my shattered dantian split apart. Miasma circled around me, mingling with qi as two cycles formed, one flowing into the other, an eternal cycle that complemented one another. The energies flowed, filling each half and complementing the other. The qi filled mine, the gu, Lu Jie's. Two cores shone within the darkness, revolving around each other like twin stars circling one another. One was black and filled with miasma, the other a pure white filled with qi. There was the two of us, two halves of the same whole. And thus, so was our path, made of not one, but two forces. Something changed in my soul, in both of our souls. Words arose from the depths of my being, marking themselves within my mind. The first law within the path I walked, it revealed itself to me. And for the first time since I'd opened my eyes in this world, I felt complete. The first law of cultivation, the duality of qi and gu. The qi churned around me, mingling with the gu from Lu Jie as a storm surrounded the two of us. I stared at Lu Jie, and he gave a wry smile,
black hair whipping in the unseen wind as our spirits intertwined. "I'll see you soon, Lujia," he muttered, and the storm swallowed us whole.
Chapter 49. Half-Step Breakthrough. Yan felt as if the whole world was spinning. Thunderous heavenly qi crackled within the chambers around Lujia as he sat deep in meditation. Her heart hammered in her chest as her qi rumbled in turmoil, crackling. Even Lei Yu had left her dantian, perching upon her shoulder, too impatient to stay within. A tribulation in the fourth realm? Yan didn't know anyone other than the great founder of her sect who'd managed such a thing. A man whose name still echoed throughout the empire centuries after his passing. Was Lu Jie truly a genius of such caliber? She couldn't bring herself to believe that. Yan needs to step away. The tribulation qi spares none in its path. Lei Yu spoke in her mind, his concern audible in each word. He was unsettled, and she didn't blame him. All of them were. History was taking shape in front of their eyes. Heavens, I'm too old for this many disturbances, the old woman spoke, taking a seat as she quietly sipped her herbal tea. Yan almost burst out in a fit of anger and frustration at her behavior. Taking a moment to calm her qi, Yan asked the old woman, "Is there no way to stop this? He's going to die. I've seen his cultivation and it's unremarkable. Perhaps he stumbled upon some great secrets as he tried to fix the core, but his spirit won't handle it. It'll be in shambles even if he survives." Yan clenched her hands as thunder qi pulsed around her. She couldn't lose Lu Jie. Her future relied on him. Patience, young girl. You let your qi have the best of you. Tame your thunder and watch. Mortals do not dictate the path heavens take, the old woman said, opening her eyes a slit. The woman turned to look at Lu Jie, taking another sip of her tea. A sigh escaped her as she set it aside. "Making my old bones creak, all you young, bright-eyed cultivators," the woman grumbled. "Su Lin, ward the shop. Take Chen and Yun to help you. Be quick, before any cultivators sense where the source of the tribulation is." Su Lin stared at the old woman in surprise. His expression soon turned resolute, and he rushed out of the room. "Yi boy, or girl, I'll never tell with the Yi. Pull Zhang away from the boy, the connection is cut." "It's all him now," Granny Long said as plumes of smoke rose above her hand, slowly heading toward Zhang's mouth. The old fool. Raising a disciple like this at his age. Still hasn't given up, has he? Heavens curse him, the woman muttered. The plume of herbal qi settled all over Zhang. Yi Liaoxiang obliged, pulling Zhang away. The black splotches receded on his body, leaving behind skin that began to visibly heal. The boy was recovering in front of her eyes, and she could scarcely believe it. Lu Jie had truly done it. She extended her senses to scan the boy's core, frowning as she found it still shattered, albeit pieced together like a broken mirror that had been stuck together. The core was whole, but cracked, ready to crumble at the lightest touch. A smaller knot of qi burned within that shattered core, spreading qi around the boy's pathways and returning life to his limbs. "Now, head out. It's going to begin soon," Granny Long instructed, standing and moving toward Lu Jie. She hovered her hand above his abdomen, muttering some things that made the qi pulse as the frown on Lu Jie's face eased. The next moment, light shimmered nearby, as a turtle and a rat appeared within the chamber. Lu Jie's spirits. The rat sparkled with thunder and squeaked, the turtle holding her in its mouth. Looking silently at the boy's sitting form, a sinking premonition began to settle in Yan mind as she watched the events unfold. "Labby needs to go to her master. Let her go!" the rat screamed, her qi flaring as arcs of purple lightning flared around her. "Stay quiet. You can't help your master now. Do not interfere or you shall shoulder his death," Jiju said, her qi subduing the rats.
The little spirit rat continued to protest. Yan Yun stared at the spirits, then at Lu Jie. She clenched her fists as she watched the pure arcs of golden thunder swirl around him, an odd envy blossoming alongside her worries. "We need to step out, now," Granny Long said. "Carry Zhang outside. Let's hope the boy knew what he was doing." Yan Yun stepped outside, the rest following. The weight of the heavens descended upon her shoulders, making her chest tighten. She could only wonder what it was like for Lu Jie. The next moment, a pillar of lightning struck down upon the boy, blinding her sight and senses. There was a shattering of a core, carried by the great pulse of heavenly qi. Lu Jie's spirit was torn apart, splitting in two. She closed her eyes, silence descending upon the chamber. The only remaining sound were the cries of protest and grief from the spirit rat. Turmoil filled her heart alongside an odd grief. She'd barely known the boy, yet his demeanor had given her hope. One to pursue her path with the same burning desire he had, the stand against her grandfather. Yet the heavens were kind to none, especially those who lacked strength. Even if Lu Jie survived, he would never again cultivate. Yan Yun turned, wishing to not face the boy when he woke up, but suddenly Lao Shang spoke with a hiss. "He's there. Something's there. This one needs to heal the senior's body. His spirit is still there," Lao Shang said, rushing inside. Yan Yun was about to stop the boy. Denial would do nothing. She herself had felt his core split in two halves. Yan Yun froze, an odd sensation reaching her senses. Her eyes widened in surprise as she stumbled within the chamber, watching Lao Shang working to heal the boy's burnt and bleeding body. "This couldn't be. Are Lei Yu's senses playing tricks on him?" her spirit murmured. Yan Yun wished someone could tell her as well. She stared at Lu Jie, where he lay, clothes burnt and tattered with charred flesh covering his body. Yet a defiant grin still hung on his face. Yan Yun felt her heart thunder at the sight. Yan Yun extended her senses and felt at the strange marvel of nature in front of her. Lu Jie had formed two cores. I remembered saying how cultivation was almost addicting, how the growth was addicting, as the qi increased your life force and all that. Well, I take it back. It sucked. And it sucked a lot. Pain racked every inch of my body, while fire seemed to pulse through my veins. My cores shuddered, revolving around each other in a slow and smooth cycle. The smell of herbs touched my nose, and a tingling sensation brushed on my cheek. I opened my eyes to a furry gray rat sitting on my chest, sleeping peacefully. My eyes burned, and pain still racked my body. Yet I smiled anyway as I watched Labby. I guess I did survive. I'll have to thank Lu Jie for that one. My gaze turned sideways, noting Sheldon sleeping nearby. Moonlight drifted in through the windows, and for a moment, I almost felt like I was back to the day I'd woken up in Old Man's chamber. Confused and scared, and with my body aching all over. "Keep lying down, you fool. Your spirit was torn in half today," a voice came, and I turned to spot Granny Lang walking toward me with her trusty cane by her side. She looked 100 at the best of her days, and yet today, the old woman still managed to look a decade older. "You'll send this poor woman early to the grave if you keep doing foolish things like that," she said, and the cane descended on my forehead with surprising speed. I flinched, clutching the sore location. That actually kind of hurt. I rubbed my forehead, lying back down. I gently patted Sheldon's shell. The little turtle's eyes flickered for a moment, but he remained asleep. "Did it work? With Zhang?" I asked. You almost die, and the first thing you ask is that? Kids these days, the woman said, almost as if scolding me for it. He can't walk yet, but he's getting there. And if you meet Su Lin, don't say anything about his eyes. I've known the boy for years now, and I can't remember the last time I saw him cry. I smiled at the old granny's words. I closed my eyes, letting the scent of herbs and gentle qi flow over me. A few moments later, I focused on my dantian and found 2 cores present within. My spirit was tied to the core filled with qi, and I could sense the presence of the core of miasma tied to Lu Jie's spirit. Within each core were 2 circles, denoting a new foundation and the entrance into the second circle. But despite that, the cores themselves were present at the peak of the 3rd realm, as if perpetually in the midst of breaking through. The 2 cores attracted each other, diverting their energies in a cycle that kept them in a stable state, despite their perpetual half-step into the 4th realm. I guess I was in realm 3.5 now? 2 times realm 3.5? The poor man's 7th realm? I snorted, redirecting my attention back to my cores. At any moment, I could reach out to either of them and push them over, breaking through to the 4th realm. Not once, but twice. That would be such a waste, though. This here was possibly the only chance I'd have to study the breakthrough process and take my time with it. Not to mention the stable binary system of 2 opposing forces within the cores themselves. The fact I wasn't exploding from the inside was already amazing. Feeling curious, I let my spirit shift and reached to the core of Gu. My spirit brushed against Lu Jie's. His spirit was dormant, sleeping, yet there was still some awareness present in him. I let my spirit mingle with his as the central core within my dantian changed to one of miasma. "Stop that," the old woman said, her voice sharp. "I don't know what you've done to yourself, boy, but do not let others sense your core of miasma. You'll be killed immediately, and no one will stop it." I nodded, letting the miasma briefly flow through my spirit. I could sense my pathways burning as the miasma flowed through it, and if I continued to use it, I would soon lose the ability to channel. I shifted back to my qi core, flooding my pathways with qi, and washed the miasma from my body. My mind was still in pieces, trying to come to terms with everything I'd learned. The fact I was Lu Jie, or a soul that had been inside Lu Jie ever since his birth, that I didn't even remember my own name. The strange circumstances of my core and cultivation served to distract me from those thoughts. From the sinking sensation, I may not even be real. I had never had an existential crisis before, and I was glad. It truly sucked. "Why didn't you kill me then?" I asked the old woman, the sound of herbs being crushed playing like a soothing rhythm on my ears. "I do not kill, child. My job is to heal, and I especially do not kill the savior of one of my children. Not to mention, you hadn't turned into a demon," Granny Lang said, holding a pill to my mouth. I opened and swallowed, grimacing at the bitter taste. "How does that work? The demon thing? My memories are not trustworthy, is all I can say about them." "Ha! You ask as if an old woman like me would know the secrets of heavens and demons themselves," the woman said. If I could have given her an unamused glare, I would have. I sufficed with a grunt. The spirit can fall astray from its path. There are reasons why breakthroughs are often made in secured, isolated locations. It's when the spirit is at its most vulnerable, when it can be corrupted away from the path. When that happens, the cultivator slowly begins to lose control over his qi before soon descending into madness. If left long enough, a demon would be born from whatever remains, consuming the accumulated miasma after weathering away the soul of the cultivator. With how stupid and arrogant some cultivators could be, I was wondering if half of them might just be corrupted as well. Then what about me? I feel pretty all right. Strength was gradually returning to my limbs. The granny's pills were just as good as the old man's. I'll have to give her that. Boy, you are the single most strangest thing I have ever seen in my entire life. And I've lived well over a century by now. Now stop flapping your lips and rest up. I have other work to do, Granny Lang said. She slapped my arms one last time, making me cringe before walking away. Labby stirred on my chest, crackling with lightning for a moment, and I reached out to her with my spirit. Our bond snapped back in place as I tested out pulling her in my spirit. The action came with practiced ease. I worried for a moment how my second core may affect her, but a brief check on the bonding arch showed that she'd be fine. Gently, I pulled Labby back in my core. "Senior?" Liu Xiang's voice came, and I turned to see the boy standing near the entrance. His cheeks had lost whatever pink shade he'd put on with the powder, returning his skin tone to a placid white. I almost preferred the slightly inhuman look on him now. "You guys decided to stay?" I asked. It had probably been a while, seeing how it was nighttime. The sect in the city had been scrambling to locate the elder who initiated the tribulation. A storm had been brewing. The sect would be willing to overlook the absence for today, Liu Xiang said. I frowned, realizing just how much of a ruckus I'd caused. Really shouldn't have gone Xianxia MC mode back there with all the heaven-defying. Absolutely regret it. My body felt like it had been sent through a wringer. "Senior, there is someone who'd like to meet you," Lao Xiang said, and I raised my eyebrows in wonder. A figure walked in, hands wrapped around the shoulders of a boy I recalled to be Cao Chen. A figure that looked both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Jiang stood with Cao Chen's support. His skin was still wrinkled and his limbs weak, but there was fire in his spirit now. The same fire I'd witnessed within the cultivator inside his core. For whatever reason, neither of us felt the need to exchange any words. I felt the lotus I'd left within his core, and my anchor tying his spirit to mine. In silence, he bowed his head, and in silence, I nodded in acceptance. "We will never be able to repay you, Lu Jie. Not me, not Yun, and not Su Lin. We may not be of much worth as cultivators, but if you ever need us, we will be there," the boy said, his voice trembling. I nodded, and the two of them walked back out. I let my head back down, exhaustion creeping back. I closed my eyes, an odd sense of satisfaction filling my chest. One fading thought remained as I drifted back to sleep, accompanied by the image of Jiang's bowed head and the gratitude in his eyes. Perhaps it really wasn't so bad to defy the heavens sometimes, after all. Chapter 50. Dual Cultivation. Sunlight poured through the window within Granny Lang's shop. Yan Yun's hand hovered over my abdomen while I sat in meditation, circulating my qi. A result of my partial breakthrough had been the sharpening of my senses. They were not one, but two layers present within my mind, a sense of qi and another of miasma. The miasma no longer felt like someone had plastered a negative color film on my qi sense. Now it was an addition to the qi itself, just polar opposite in nature. I sensed Yan Yun's furrowed brows and the qi swirling in her core. Where before I'd been unable to tell much beyond her being in the fourth realm, I could now sense her strength and gain a measure for it. "Whatever miasma there is, I can't sense it," Yan Yun said at last, pulling her hand back. I nodded in acceptance, satisfied at my successful attempt at masking the goo in my second core.
I still can't believe any of this. All my instincts tell me to kill you on the spot, yet I cannot sense any taint on your mind whatsoever. Just what are you, Lu Jie? Are you some ancient spirit here to play tricks? Heavens, are you still the same boy who'd lost to Li and Lei? Yen Yun asked. I gave the girl a wry smile, wishing I could say no. I would have before, but now I wasn't so sure. About anything. I don't know. Am I? I'm certainly not desperate to progress and scrape for every inch of resource. As far as the miasma goes, I don't know about that either. All I did was find out the first law. Thunder flashed in front of my eyes as the chi of the world trembled with fury. I gulped, cutting off my words. Yen Yun jumped back and stared at me in horror. Guess defying the heavens once wasn't enough to let me off the hook. Heavens, Lu Jie, don't summon another tribulation. Unlike you, I don't want to die yet, she said, her cheeks red and her breath heavy.
The expression almost reminded me of her furious blush when she'd encountered me in the alleys here. But wait. Is something wrong? I asked. Yen Yun calmed her breathing, glaring at me.
You summon the wrath of the heavens in front of my face, and you're asking if something is wrong? Do you really wish to anger me? Was being struck down by lightning from the heavens once not enough?
I meant with you, silly, I said with a grin. I never tried to talk much since, you're the prodigy and everything, and the daughter of Elder Yen and whatnot. This just feels a lot more like your natural personality. When you'd met me in the grove inside the sect, you felt angry. At yourself. I guess I'm a bit slow to only realize this now, huh? Yen Yun's eyes widened for a brief moment.
I am all right,
she muttered, diverting her gaze from mine.
It's nothing. I was just angry due to something my grandfather said. In hindsight, it was stupid of me to rush out like that. I should have talked to my grandfather, told him that I disagreed with him. But instead, I became furious and left. It's too late to go back. He won't change his mind now.
Is this in relation to why you want us to beat your cousins? I asked, receiving a nod.
Talks of my marriage with Lord Zhou's son are being initiated. I haven't been engaged yet, but once I am, there will be no chance of escaping it. And if the twins lose to someone like you, then perhaps the Lord would change his mind and—
Yen Yun sharply looked up at me, the weight of what her words implied striking her.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
It's fine. I really don't care. Normally I'd agree, those two are pretty strong. Arrogant and bratty, but also strong. And you aren't wrong. I'm pretty pathetic as far as cultivation goes. 20 years old and still stuck in the third realm. Quite sad, isn't it? I said, with an amused smile. After yesterday, I'd die of shame if anyone would call me a prodigy in front of you. Realm is not the only judge of strength, Lu Jie. The Dantian is just the method of refining the spirit. I've studied cultivation ever since I was 5, and yet I've never heard of a man having 2 cores. Cultivators often have multiple aspects of qi, and a path that branches off into multiple aspects. Yet a spirit can never follow 2 paths. It would split apart from the divergence. It's not 2, I said, receiving a confused look. It's the same path. There are just 2 sides to it. Gathering qi at my fingertip, I traced 2 circles onto the floor, and the qi highlighted the illustration. 2 cores that form a single cycle, I said, as I drew lines connecting the 2 cores together in an odd infinity symbol, showing how they revolved around the same central point. The circle they form, the large one of their rotation, that signifies the whole. I'm not sure why you think a cycle has to be limited to just one single sphere. I let the chi revolve on the floor, representing the spin of my cores.
But it doesn't. How would you balance if one of your cores is behind the other? If their paths are too dissimilar or too similar? Yan asked.
It was a strange sense of joy in the burning curiosity within her eyes. You either split the core further into 3 or merge them back. I honestly think of these as energy levels. The first singular sphere is the most stable system. The energy is uniformly divided around a central spirit core within the dantian. The second, what I think I have, is a two-way split binary system. The rotation of the two cores balances them out, but they have to be polar opposites. For example, I'm pretty sure my chi aspect is wood now. I'm not completely sure, but I'm reasonably certain. Glancing around, I spotted some herbs set on a nearby table and extended my chi.
A trickle of chi poured toward the herbs, and new leaves began to sprout. I cut off my chi, letting out a breath. Focusing on my cores, I switched to the miasma core. The goo spread through my pathways, my vision shifting just a little. I stretched out a thread of goo, and the herb's life drained in front of my eyes, leaving only a dried husk behind. I quickly switched back to my chi core, washing away the remnant miasma from my system. I turned around to find Yan a farther distance away, lightning crackling around her. She stared at me as if I was some sort of monster waiting to devour her. "Is it that uncomfortable?" I asked, receiving a nod from her.
Even knowing you're not a demon, I still feel my core shudder at the vile sensation of miasma as it courses through you. Not to mention your eyes.
"My eyes?" I asked, confused.
The whites of your eyes start to turn black, and the pupils turn white. It's subtle, but the more you use the miasma, the stronger the transformation. It makes you look like a demon.
A horrifying realization washed over me. Not only do I have a bullshit MC-level dual-spirit goo-chi system thing, which, to be fair, is amusing, and I want to study the hell out of it, I also got an edgelord demonic transformation. Damn you, original Lu Jie. Your edgelord tendencies are starting to corrupt me. I groaned, clutching my chest as a pained smile covered my mouth.
Are you okay?
Yan said, rushing back to me. I found myself bursting out in laughter. I'm sorry. I'm all right. It's just... Oh, God. I can't believe I'm turning into that. Another pained chuckle escaped my mouth.
Heavens, you're scaring me, Lucia. Is the miasma taking over? I knew there was no way you could control such a vile force. Hold on. Maybe we can still remove it. There has to be a way,
Yan muttered as she got up and began to rush out. Stop! Hold on! Hold on! I shouted. She turned back around, surprised. It's all right. I'm sorry.
I was reacting that way because I remembered something back from home. It's a silly thing we see in stories. The demonic powers help the hero save the world as he conquers the dark aspect, and I just found it hilarious. Are you saying you're such a person? Yan asked. I choked back another laugh. Her expression was so serious. No, I'm not. I sure hope not. I'm perfectly happy just doing alchemy, I replied. If you are to lie, you should lie convincingly at least, Yan spirit bird, Leiyu, spoke up. Ha! Well, it's true. I have no idea what I'm doing, and honestly, I really don't know much about cultivation. I used to, but my memories haven't been the best ever since my fight with your cousins. I wouldn't mind learning a few things from you. Not to mention, I could probably teach you a few things about electricity, and even Labby after she's had a few more classes in science, I said.
Yan Yun studied me for a moment before nodding and carefully seating herself on the floor in front of me.
What do you know?
She asked. I know about the 5 circles, the 12 realms, and that the first 3 realms are the foundation realms, and realms 4th to 6th are about the core. Yan Yun's qi stirred. The 4th realm is the beginning of the formation of the core. The first 3 realms denote foundation, qi gathering, and qi condensation. You are somewhere in the middle of the 3rd and 4th realm. She glanced at my abdomen. Up until the end of the first circle, each realm only has 1 step in between, she continued. A minor bottleneck to overcome at the peak of the realm. But from the 2nd circle onward, each realm is divided in 3, lower, middle, upper, and peak. You begin at lower and breach the bottleneck to the middle of the realm, then upper, and finally the peak of the realm. So, you're at the peak of the 4th realm? I asked. I'm close to the peak. There is room to grow yet, but my time to breakthrough will come soon. Once I do, I will step into the 5th realm, which is core refining, Yan Yun replied. Isn't that quite high? For someone of your age, I mean. You're 16, right? I said, and received another nod. There have been greater prodigies than me. People who have reached the rank of an elder before they were 20. Any who can reach the 5th realm before they're 18 become qualified to earn a nobility title. My grandfather has no use for such a title, but once I break through, I would be a baroness within the empire, Yan Yun explained. I whistled in awe. Seeing how the age of 8 was usually the expected age to break through into the 4th realm, that seemed like quite an impressive feat. Does that mean the Yen clan is nobility? I asked, confused. No, we aren't. My grandfather has the rank of a noble, but such ranks are not hereditary. It would take a lot more than just cultivation strength to receive a hereditary title, Yan Yun said, and I mentally noted the details. Back to the topic. The Dantian is a method of refining, and it's the capacity of the spirit that determines how large one's Dantian can be. Yours had been small, smaller than most people I knew. There were some cultivators like that, born with feeble spirits who could only gather meager amounts of qi. I'd assumed you were just one such person who lacked the favor of the heavens, Yan Yun said. I frowned at that. The lacking amount of qi had been something the original Lu Jie despaired about for a long time. But that couldn't be true, seeing how you have survived a heavenly tribulation, even if just a partial one at the 3rd realm. I had Yi take a look, and there's something odd with your spirit. A conflict within your spirit. Each time you cultivate, it's as if you're fighting yourself and dragging half of your spirit alongside. It has left both your cores far smaller than they should have been, Yan Yun said. I grimaced at her words. Well, can't expect all that internal conflict and having 2 spirits stuffed in the body to not have any adverse effects. I'm not surprised there's some major downsides to this makeshift cultivation technique. There's a reason people use established methods, I said with a shrug. That isn't true, Yan Yun said, surprising me. While it's not easy to increase one's qi capacity at later realms, your core has still not formed. Had you broken through, you would have effectively cut your qi's growth short forever. But as things stand, it's a simple fix. This feels a bit too convenient to me, but I wasn't going to complain. Take my hand, she said, extending both her hands, expression serious. I extended my hands, grabbing hers lightly. I tried my best not to think about how oddly soft her fingers were. Follow my qi. I do not know how you would circulate your other core, but try your best to follow along, Yan Yun said. Thunder qi swirled in her core, circulating like a coiling arc of lightning. Her qi brimmed with energy, ready to burst out.
This technique is for a pure yang qi like lightning or fire, though it can be applied to any, Yan Yun said, as the qi in her core clamped down upon itself. I followed along, circulating both qi and gu within my two cores, and my twin cycles began to rotate. Following suit, I pressed down on my cores, and their rotation slowed down, the qi and gu building up within the core themselves. When the qi has reached a tipping point, bottle it further and push outward. Then continue to circulate until your core is filled again, Yan Yun said. I tried to reply, but only managed a grunt. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. Each breath was labored and exhausting. The qi and gu continued to build within my cores as I matched my breathing with Yan Yun's, struggling to keep pace. The twin cycle of circulation came to a halt, and for a moment I thought I'd lose control over my cores. Then slowly, the cores began to spin, now in an anti-clockwise direction. "Let go of your qi," Yan Yun said, thunder crackling around her. The qi spread out, pushing on her core, and I followed. My cores hummed, spinning faster and faster as qi and gu poured out, equally balanced on both ends. Energy rippled around me, and a strange rhythm took over my breathing. My breath matched Yan Yun's, thoughts beginning to drift into an endless void. Two cores swirled in a frenzy within my dantian, energy rippling with their rotation, and a dual cycle was formed. I could sense Lu Jie's spirit stir within my heart. As if breathing for the first time, my qi poured into my body, accompanied by equal amounts of gu to my core. For the first time since I'd begun, both halves of my spirit cultivated together, and the missing pieces slid into place. A new understanding formed, a new sensation. This was my path. Two cores, but one path. A path of twin cores. I smiled, still holding on to Yan Yun's hand, and together as one, we continued to cultivate. Chapter 51. Sharing a Path. Time seemed to fly by when I cultivated, as I get lost in the sensation of cycling my qi over and over, growing in strength with each step. I could feel Lu Jie's emotions passing through and mixing into mine, his relief and joy, as if the shackles he'd been born with all his life had been removed. I couldn't help but smile at that. There was still a lot I needed to think over. The fact that one of my cores now contained a force associated with demons, which thankfully I could hide, and that I was partially Lu Jie. At least, I think I was. Wasn't entirely sure what I was. Perhaps just a soul who'd moved on to this world and hitched along for a ride in a guy's body like some kind of soul parasite? The idea was a bit creepy, but not completely undeniable. Maybe, when my soul had been sent here, it was merged with Lu Jie's, creating the two of us. Regardless of what I may be, I still felt a bit bad about taking over Lu Jie's body. Not that I could give it up. I liked being alive in the life I was leading these last few months a lot. Could I create a new body for Lu Jie if I cultivated more? I recalled cultivation having something like nascent soul or soul splitting, and I don't see why I couldn't have something like that form a body for Lu Jie to live in. A shudder went through my chest. An odd sense of desire rise from within. Perhaps that was an agreement on Lu Jie's part. Guess I couldn't let myself stagnate and get lost in doing silly science before I reached that point. Things were very coincidentally working against me to get me to further cultivate one way or another. Is this what those cultivation novel protagonists had to deal with all the time? If so, then I have at least some measure of pity for them. Life is tough in these worlds. Cutting my cultivation short,
I stretched my limbs a tad and inspected my core one last time.
Yan Yun had left a while back, although I didn't know when exactly, as I'd been fairly deep in cultivation. I also noted the distinct lack of Labby or Sheldon inside my Dantian. They were nearby at the very least, which eased the bubbling worry. I glanced around the house, noting Cao Chen carrying a heavy-looking bag of herbs nearby. "Where's everyone?" I asked the boy.
"The pale guy and Granny Long are inspecting Brother Zhang's health while studying him. The pretty girl and your spirits are there too," the boy said.
I gave him my thanks and followed the smell of herbs to the chamber. The sight of a half-naked guy with needles poked into every inch of his body greeted me. Combined with the old woman sorting through herbs and a snake-like androgynous guy, I still wasn't sure what to think of Liu Shang, defaulting to the current qi status, sat with matching frowns. Zhang's eyes widened when he noticed me, trying to get up. I gestured for him to remain seated. Oh, wow, that came naturally. Almost felt as if I was some kind of great benefactor or something. I walked to stand next to Su Lin.
"Great master!"
Labby exclaimed, jumping off the bed and climbing my leg up to my shoulder. Sheldon chirped in greeting, but remained content on his perch near the windowsill, basking in the sun. Gently I nuzzled Labby's soft, furry little head. She squeaked happily, and I felt content with life once more. I'd been concerned when I hadn't heard Labby talk too much, and honestly, I could see why she'd need some time. I'd cut her off right as my spirit had been torn. Guilt rising, I pet her head even harder. "I'm sorry, Labby, for cutting you off like that. You must have been scared." Labby flicked her ears. Lightning crackled around her in purple sparks, and the little crescent on her forehead momentarily lit up.
"Labby understands, Great Master. Labby is weak, and the Great Master wished to protect her. Labby was scared, but Labby also understood."
She was powerless, and the Great Master was kind to protect her. Labby spoke in the quietest voice I'd ever heard Labby speak in. She'd always been a ball of energy, raring to go. To hear her voice dim made my heart squeeze. "You don't have to think about any of that. You're still a kid. You call me your master, don't you, Labby? In that case, what kind of master would I be if I let you get hurt?" I sent back as Labby nuzzled against my face, her sparks tingling my skin. "Come here, boy," Granny Lang said, waving at me. I looked at Su Lin, who nodded. The boy had been oddly quiet. I put the thought aside, moving closer. "Do you have any idea what you have done?" Granny Lang said, looking at me with squinting eyes. Had I fucked up somehow? No, I replied, looking hesitantly at Zhang. "That makes the three of us then, because heavens take me if I've ever seen this in the 7th celestial peak before. Did your mother or father ever mention meeting one of nature's spirits from the west?" Was she implying that Lu Jie's parents? "I don't think so," I replied honestly. I only vaguely remembered his childhood, and nothing mentioning any nature spirits had come up so far. "This one thinks it is Senior's strange cultivation technique," Lu Shang said, taking out a needle from Zhang's back. "Zhang, can you control the qi within your core?" Granny Lang asked. Zhang took a deep breath as he closed his eyes. A few minutes passed in silence before I caught on to the trickle of qi coursing through his pathway. It was the qi of the lotus I'd planted within his core. Although, oddly enough, it wasn't lunar qi, but something else entirely. "I can," Zhang said. It was a bit amusing hearing his voice, which was unexpectedly deeper for someone who looked so skinny. I was already beginning to spot some muscle definitions starting to fill out as he regained his qi, even in a single day's time. "The boy's core is in shambles, and he cannot cultivate. Yet his qi remains in his core and gathers at his will. His cultivation base is lowered near the tail end of the 3rd realm, but perhaps it may recover." Granny Lang said, igniting herbs in a smoking pipe. The old woman turned to look at me. I don't know what the old fool is trying to raise here, if you even are his working, instead of something of your own. While you couldn't return his future, you have returned what had been taken away, and provided him with a new one, Granny said. I regarded Zhang, who sat with his head dipped. Well, can't say I plan to give up on completely fixing him either. I have a lot to study within his core, and how my impromptu fix is working as well. So, I'll be seeing you around, Zhang, I said, grinning as the boy looked up, his eyes glistening. Damn, dude. If you cry, I may cry too, just because. I'm an emotional guy. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done for me, Lu Jie. He bowed, and thankfully left it at that. I nodded, wondering if I should use this opportunity to inspect and play around in Zhang's core. It was tempting, but decided to let it be. We'd both gone through quite a bit recently. I'd come back when he was healthier to take a look. Granny Lang got up, carrying her pack of herbs and leaving a plume of smoke behind her. I'll leave you kids to it. I've got a shop to run. I looked around the room at Labby, Sheldon, Liu Xiang, Yen Yun, Su Lin, and Zhang. After such a short amount of time, I'd managed to get to know a lot of people. Despite my best effort to run away from the sect and stay as far as I possibly could, the thought amused me now. I think we still have some time before we need to return to the sect, I asked, receiving a nod from Liu Xiang. Very well then. I assume you guys have questions about everything that's happened. Honestly, I have them too. A lot of them. Finding those answers is my entire path. And very recently, I found something that's holding me back from walking that path. It's why I plan to bring all of you alongside me on this path, on a path of knowledge and understanding, if you'd be willing to listen. I gauged everyone's reactions to my offer. Labby will follow the master anywhere, Labby exclaimed, and I laughed. I noted the nods around the room. Very well. Since I'd promised to teach a few things on electricity as well, I believe it's time I held my very first science class here, I said, excitement bubbling forth. The heavens may try to stop me again, but like hell was I going to let that stop me. With a grin covering my face, I announced my path. Welcome to the path of science.
Chapter 52. Science Class. There are 4 fundamental forces in nature, I said, walking around the room with 4 fingers held out. Lightning check? Clear. No heavenly tribulations from that. The first is the force that keeps us tethered to the ground, gravity. It's what governs the movement of celestial bodies and the formation of planets and life. Labby squeaked, and there were confused looks all around the room. You really don't need to worry about it for now. I may be completely wrong here. This is all knowledge I gained from back home. Gravity is still real, and the reason why things don't fall into the sky is all you need to know, I said, closing one finger. Secondary lightning? Check. The second and third are weak and strong nuclear forces. It's what helps the formation of nuclei that allows for complex elements and not have everything just randomly floating around as hydrogen particles, I said, closing 2 more fingers. Once again, confused expressions all around. What would this had-dero-jin be, Senior? Liu Xiang spoke, carefully pronouncing each syllable. It's the lightest element in the universe and the simplest. It's commonly found as an invisible, highly inflammable gas that makes a popping noise if you burn it in small amounts, I replied, and got a nod. Su Lin was already drifting off. How is any of this related to lightning qi? I doubt you know more than the Yan clan would on how to bend thunder and lightning with its decades of archives, Yan Yun said. Oh yes, definitely. My knowledge of lightning qi is by all means vastly inferior. Yet lightning does not exist just as qi, does it? Thunder and lightning are both things found in nature, outside of the influence of qi. And that is governed by the fourth force, electromagnetic force. I closed my last remaining finger. I'll be fairly surprised if people knew more about lightning. Oh, actually, I missed one more important force in this world. It's the force of... Qi swirled with the sound of crashing thunder, vibrating angrily around me with the turbulence of a heavenly tribulation beginning to rise. Wide eyes stared at me, at the second coming of the tribulation, and I coughed. "I think I'm going to skip that one," I said, receiving eager nods. "Just what did you learn? No, don't tell me." "I'm being foolish. I wish to live a while longer," Yen-Yun muttered, shaking her head in exasperation. I rubbed the back of my head, feeling a bit embarrassed and guilty. "Sorry about that. I wanted to test if it was a once-and-done kind of thing or if the tribulation would come again if I tried to share the information." "The heavens are relentless," I said, glancing up. It was a bit cliché to defy the heavens and whatnot, but try having the literal world sparking your ass every time you tried to talk about specific things. It was like having a worldwide surveillance system that could bypass all security. I shuddered at the thought. At least conventional science seemed to be okay. The only issue was secrets of cultivation and so on. Very well. All right. So, I have this hypothesis on the nature of energy and how qi interacts with different forms of it. But before we get to that, electromagnetic force first. It originates from charged particles. Everything, when broken down small enough, is composed of these charged particles, and they're what create electricity. "Master, then how come Labby doesn't feel anything when touching everything around her?" Labby asked, and I smiled. "Good question. It's because there are two types of charges, positive and negative, yin and yang, if you will. And these charges are almost always in balance with one another, nullifying each other. It's a bit more complicated, but that's the basic gist of it," I said, and Labby squeaked. "Then, how does this balance break?" Yen-Yun asked with eager curiosity reflected in her eyes. The science magic was working. Have you ever rubbed a particularly woolen cloth with another? Or touched a piece of metal on a hot and dry day? A lot of reasons can serve to create an imbalance. The charges want to correct this imbalance. The positive, or yang, seeks the negative, or yin, and versa. And when they cannot find a way to meet, they accumulate, waiting for something that will allow them to combine and neutralize. And the earth is the biggest neutralizer we have. It's why the thunder from the sky strikes down, seeking earth, I said. Yen-Yun's eyes widened. I forged ahead. Metal is a very good conductor of electricity. If you have a long metal rod high up in the sky, it will provide an easier path for lightning to follow to meet the earth, and thus, nothing will be struck besides that metal rod. That makes no sense. Why would it? But then swords are a bad idea around lightning cultivators, Yen-Yun muttered blankly. Labby doesn't understand either, Master, Labby muttered quietly. I turned to Lao Xiang. Your needles are metal, right? Silver, from what I saw, but I'm guessing here. Senior would be right. These needles are made of silver to detect the yi poison qi in the bodies during the process of healing, Lao Xiang said. Can you give me one? I asked, and Lao Xiang took one of the silver pins from his hair and tossed it to me. Silver is one of the best conductors of lightning. It allows for it to pass easily toward wherever it may wish to go. I threw the silver needle into the ground, embedding it. Labby, try to shoot some lightning at me by passing it near the silver pin, I said. Labby hesitated, clearly not willing to put me in harm's way. Don't worry, I'll be okay. You won't hit me. If you want, be gentle, I said, receiving a squeak. Purple electricity arced around Labby before it shot toward my feet. The lightning crackled right for me when the arc bent toward the silver embedded in the ground, hitting the head of the pin instead. Labby's lightning moved on its own? Labby said. I don't believe that. Let me try, Yen-Yun spoke, standing up. Lightning chi gathered in her core, and I tried not to gulp nervously. With a stomp of her feet, an arc of lightning shot toward me at high speeds. I almost jumped back, but kept my composure, as the lightning arced to hit the silver pin instead. Risking injury in the name of science, eh? Professor Walter Lewin would be proud.
What did you do?
Yen Yun asked in surprise. Su Lin shifted. Seems I had his attention now. Nothing, I replied with a smile. It's the nature of lightning to follow metal. I think lightning cultivators are probably already aware of that, with swords and metal objects, even if they don't really know how it works.
That's not true. Swords and metals aren't good against lightning cultivators, because they gather the lightning which can backfire on the wielder. I've never heard of the lightning just vanishing, Yen Yun said.
This one is surprised as well.
Metal can attract lightning, but it cannot erase it. How did this one's silver pin do that? Lu Xiang asked.
Like I said, the earth is one of the best neutralizers. Lightning seeks earth and balance. It always seeks earth. The difference is, instead of my own body, I provided a different path to get to earth. An easier path that it gladly picked over me. Yen Yun took her seat back, and I wondered if a lightning rod would work on a heavenly tribulation. Something to be tested.
Labby understands. Maybe...
Labby squeaked, and I laughed. It's all right. There's a lot to cover for just a single day. We can do this every so often, I said, feeling an oddly content emotion fill me. I imagined a class full of willing people, prepared to listen as I told them about the mysteries of the world. My heart swelled with delight at the thought. So, that's lightning. A bundle of positive and negative charges. Positive repels positive and attracts negative. The two seek harmony in being together. The movement of these charges and vibration are what cause lightning to be formed. But what about qi? I said. Lightning qi is one of the purest expressions of yang qi. It's fire honed to its best, energy at its purest form, raw power and strength that can tear through almost everything. Yen Yun spoke smoothly, as if she'd memorized the words by heart. Tell me something. Is Labby's lightning yang qi? I asked. Yen Yun turned to look at Labby. Perhaps. I cannot say, she admitted. I nodded, quite surprised. I hadn't expected her to admit not knowing something this easily. Lightning is two-faceted, positive and negative. I see no reason why lightning qi would be one. There is yin and there is yang. The imbalance and difference in these two aspects is what causes thunder. Labby started with yang, but her qi turned pure yin when she broke through to the second realm, reflecting her lunar path, I said. Labby squeaked happily. Yang and yin. An imbalance among the two? Yen Yun muttered with a frown as lightning crackled around her hand. I extended my hand, pouring out a swirling ball of qi which I carefully ignited, forming a floating ball of fire. The eyes within the room turned toward me. You're a fire cultivator? Su Lin asked in shock. Nope, this is plain old regular qi, or whatever my qi's nature is. I'm not sure yet. Do you know how alchemists can light the flames under their cauldrons? They don't use fire qi, do they? The formation etched within the cauldron is what generates the flames, Liu Xiang spoke up. Alchemists can light things on fire, not gather flames like Senior is, Liu Xiang said, and I shook my head. You're partially right. The formations I don't know about, but I suspect they only automate what a human does. Thing with fire is, it needs something to burn. Fire qi, as I've tested and experimented with it, takes the form of fire on its own, but my qi doesn't.
To cause a fire, I need to burn something, I said.
What is senior burning? Lao Xiang asked, likely knowing I wanted someone to ask me, and I smiled. My qi. I'm burning my own qi, I said. Master is burning qi? Labby asked. Yep. While I was making the fire pill, I realized that not only was the flow of qi important to crafting the pill, it would also help in forming concentrated areas of qi that can be ignited by providing heat. I'm just doing what the spirit formations do, but manually. Can't really do it with water and earth yet. Haven't quite mastered water and earthbending, I said. And stunned silence filled the room. I continued on. Energy is energy. Even mass is only another form of energy. The heavenly qi began to rumble around me. That was a no-go, huh? And that's why the nature of qi is guided by the cultivator. The energy all around us has all forms of qi present in it. The heavenly qi as well. But cultivators only gather one form to fill their dantians, which makes sense. Conflicting energies can go wrong. But this doesn't mean that one form cannot imitate another. Blank stares came my way, and started I to laugh. I think that's enough for one day. There's so much to cover. I can't do it in one day. This takes years to learn. Years you learned? From who? I've never heard of any of this, Yan Yun muttered. My smile started to slip. My home had a lot of great people who discovered the mysteries of the world and created many books to explain them and share their discoveries with all, I said, feeling a quiet pain in my chest at the words. Your home is a quiet farming village, Lu Jie. Are there such great secrets buried there? Yan Yun asked. I opened my mouth to speak when a loud crash interrupted me. It's time to pay up, old woman, a voice screamed. Su Lin's eyes widened, and he shot out of the room. Zhang tried to get up when Lao Xiang grabbed him by the shoulder. You shouldn't be moving about.
This one will go, he said, turning toward me, and I nodded as Labby returned to my dantian, and we walked out. The main door was knocked down, where Su Lin and his brothers barred tall and burly ruffians from entering any farther. My eyes drifted before spotting Zhou Chen standing amongst the men. The thugs event again? It's almost as if someone was intentionally sending all these problems my way to make my life harder. The heavens really were ruthless.
Chapter 53. Verdant Pills. The guy standing in front of all the other thugs wore cultivator robes, his qi flaring all around him. I extended my senses and found he was in the lower fourth realm. I was both impressed by the show and pitied all of them. Impressed, as even a large sect like Cloudy Peak Sect would easily pick up a disciple in the fourth realm, even if they aren't too young. He could pass for his mid-20s. If any sect outside of the 7 celestial peaks were to recruit him, he'd easily become the core disciple or heir. Yet, at the same time, I pitied them, because these goons picked the worst time to arrive. Again, when there were so many of us around, and a prodigious thunder cultivator. What you here for? We've already paid you guys, Su Lin said, straightening his back. With a perpetual sleazy look and slouch, it was easy to forget that Su Lin was quite tall and well-built, taller than me, and I was fairly tall. The thug glared, his presence flaring outward. Surprisingly, Su Lin held his own, not budging an inch, with a wide grin covering his face. You're the guy Silver Fang threw out, aren't you? The thug asked. Silver Fang. I'd heard Su Lin mention the name before. The guy running these thugs around? Wait, have I stumbled upon some kind of black market drug syndicate in real life? The protection fee's been raised, didn't you hear? It's 5 golds now. Unless you want the halls sending their cultivators to see just what kind of pills you've got stocked up in there, I'd suggest either pay up
or leave the shop and run, the thug said. And I sensed Su Lin's anger rising, his grin fading into a deep frown. Heavens, can't even let an old woman live in peace, Granny Lang said as she walked out, glaring at the thug. Don't pretend to be some frail old woman, hag. A mocking grin spread across the thug's face. We've heard about you and what you used to do. Granny Lang clicked her tongue. Pay them whatever they want, she said, turning to head inside. Su Lin clenched his fists, glaring the thug down. My eyes drifted to the back of the group, meeting the familiar thug, Zhou Chen, from last time. His eyes widened, nudging the cultivator standing in front. Is that the guy? Cloudy Peak sect, not to mention an outer disciple, the thug said, his gaze drifting from me to Yan Yun and Liu Xiang standing nearby. I had a suspicion I knew exactly what the thug was going to say. What's a beauty like that doing with the likes of these two? And a pretty boy, huh? Never knew you swung that way, Su Lin. The thug laughed, and his lackeys followed. You should leave them and come to Silver Fang. He'd appreciate your beauty a lot more closely. Even that pretty boy would make for a nice treat, the guy said. Yan Yun's chi crackled within her core. I said it the last time, and I'll say it again. You really don't want to start a fight, I said, anger and disgust boiling in my chest. Think yourself strong? Leave the pretense. Ya may scare these cowards, but any real cultivator would sense your middling chi. But since you seem so intent, this big brother won't hesitate from putting some sense in you, the thug said. Not me. These two are, though, I said with a smirk, pointing to Yan Yun and Liu Xiang behind me. Confusion scrunched his face, looking between what he only saw as a young girl and a pretty boy. His face turned red with fury. You dare! The thug screamed, his fist lashing out. With surprising quickness, I turned to the side, my feet sweeping out as I grabbed an exploding pill and ignited it. Fire blossomed all around, rushing out in a whirling inferno, and the thug's clothes were signed, embers rising. My right hand stung, burnt from the impact of the explosion. I coughed, the thug staring at me in surprise. Fire burst his hair on the right side, his clothes black and charred. Guess he hadn't expected a firebomb. Amateur mistake. Let this one handle them, Senior, Liu Xiang spoke. I jumped back, cycling chi to my hand. I'd had enough showing off. A day of cultivation was no way enough time to catch up to years of faulty cultivation practice. And I didn't plan to use any miasma here. Liu Xiang swept ahead, and with swift hand movements, needles struck the thug in key locations. The raging thug roared, only to collapse to his knees. What have you? The thug muttered. The powerful Fourth Realm cultivator collapsed in front of Liu Xiang, who wasn't even near the peak of the Third Realm. With an inhuman hiss, Liu Xiang spoke. Yi poison. It won't kill you, but perhaps you wished it would. This one does not appreciate being regarded as a plaything. He flicked his wrist, and a green aura flared around him. A shiver traveled down my spine. What the fuck? Was this the same kind and slightly weird guy I knew? The lackeys backpedaled, running away one after the other. A couple dragged the cultivator on their shoulders. Liu Xiang's aura settled down as he bent down, picking up his needles. He turned back and dipped his head. Apologies. This one's yang qi can sometimes cause aggression, Liu Xiang said, his words cutting through my dumbstruck stare. No, I mean, thanks? Is he really going to, suffer that much? Seems a bit excessive. No, the poison was meant to paralyze. At worst, it would give him a bad stomach for a few days, Liu Xiang spoke. A smile crept on his face, and I noted a very important personal rule. Never, ever fuck with people who knew poison. Lu Xiang, particularly. I laughed nonetheless, imagining the guy suffering through diarrhea. Probably the best solution to any arrogant thug or young master. Diarrhea poison.
Well, that was unexpected, and interrupted the class. But I think we should head out now anyways,
I said, looking around, and received nods.
I can't,
Su Lin spoke up, his fists still clenched.
I have to stay here.
Those guys will be back, and you won't be here next time. They won't let this go. This time it was one powerful cultivator. Next time, there might be 5. Su Lin turned to Yan Yun.
I know you asked me to help in the tournament, and Lu Jie even cured Zhang and everything, and I'm an ungrateful bastard, but I can't. I won't be returning to the sect. Zhang is weak, and he needs me, and Granny can't deal with these thugs on her own.
Su Lin deeply bowed his head. I didn't know Yan Yun very well, what with her background as a prodigious jade beauty. While I could tell she was dealing with things, what she did now would allow me to decide just what sort of a person she was. I'll provide some spirits herbs for your brother in exchange. In surprise, a grin creasing his rat-like face before he bowed again.
I swear to the heavens.
I suggest leaving this place to move somewhere else. Without any sort of protection, no one would be able to stop those thugs from bringing harm to you, Yan Yun said, as the boy raised his head.
Why are these thugs coming to bother you and Granny Lang? I know you've got some history here, and I was content to not pry till now, but this is spiraling out of control, I asked.
Su Lin diverted his eyes away, closing them and thinking for a moment before he spoke up. Alongside the alchemy halls, the Silver Fangs run the black market on the pills. The halls keep their recipes a secret and in control, but they also have many forbidden ingredients and pills. Silver Fang deals in those and other pills the halls won't take. I'd been selling yours to them for a higher price than a normal pill to buy more herbs for Zhang. They found your pills to be more effective and wanted me to bring you to them, Su Lin said. Wait, he's the drug lord of this city and you were selling my pills in there and he wants me? I asked, my voice rising in pitch. Now he's trying to get me to bring him this alchemist, the one whose qi smells like grass and earth. The verdant pills, they call it, Su Lin spoke. I face-palmed. There went my plan to remain unnoticed. I knew my pills were improved, but I also expected other experienced alchemists to have come up with much better versions of their own. Those that tried, anyways. Unless I was missing something? Perhaps it was tied to how I cultivated and why I could form these spirit anchors to herbs. This guy doesn't know who I am, right? I asked, receiving a nod from Su Lin. All right. I think I have an idea to sort this whole mess. I dug into my pouch and held out the lotus seeds I'd packed for the pill I used to fix Zhang's qi deprivation. There's a village close to a qi vein nearby. It's called Taizhou. Ask for the village head there and tell them mine and Liu Xiang's name. They'll let you move in. You already have the pills I gave, which should be enough to sell to get a home there for all of you, I said. Su Lin probably could have been bowled over by a feather if his shock were anything to go by. Hey, we're business partners, okay? I've only really known you for 3 months or so, but that's enough time to know someone. And this isn't a charity, it's an investment. I need a lab, somewhere outside the sect where I can pursue my path and make pills in peace. Taizhou is close enough that I can easily run to the city for whatever I need, and with the cultivators arriving there due to the qi vein, Granny Long should have enough business as well. I'm sure the village will appreciate more cultivators around,
I said with a smile, handing the seeds to Su Lin. Su Lin bowed his head. I was wrong about you, Lu Jie. I thought you were like me, but you're meant for far greater things. May the heavens bless you. I scratched my cheek in embarrassment. I don't think they do. They keep shooting lightning at me. Su Lin stared at me before bursting out in laughter. Laughter that I matched with my own. Looking at Su Lin, there was an odd feeling in my chest. I hadn't ever really gotten the chance to know Su Lin. Perhaps once I was done with this tournament, I could. I extended my hand, curling my fingers into a fist. Su Lin looked at me in confusion. It's called a bro fist. Just form a fist and tap it against mine, I said. Su Lin formed a fist, setting it against mine. I'd gladly call you a brother. It took a moment before I caught on to what he meant. Bro fist. Brother. Swearing each other as brothers. Oh well, it'd be too awkward to try and tell him that's not what I meant. I pulled my hand back, smiling as I turned and caught Lao Xiang watching. I detected a smile in the faint upward curve of his lips. Yan Yun stood with a complicated expression. I glanced behind, seeing Zhang leaning on one of his brother's shoulders. He nodded, and I nodded back, turning around. What a strangely eventful trip. Time to head back, I guess, I said, when a crackle and a grumble interrupted me. Labby is hungry, master, Labby exclaimed. I could almost sense her drooling. With a laugh, I took out a pill and handed it to my little rat, heading back to the sect. There was a spirit herb hunting tournament I had to prepare for. Chapter 54. Forming Bonds. There were many things on my mind as I made my way back to the sect. The tribulation, Silverfang, and the verdant pills. Not to mention the reality about my existence in Lu Jie's body. The fact Lu Jie was still alive, or at least present within my soul. And lastly, the first law of cultivation that I'd briefly glimpsed. I would need to spend a lot of time analyzing what it truly meant for both me, my future, and the reality of the world I was in. But for the moment, I let all those thoughts fade to the back of my mind for later inspection. We were allowed easy passage into the sect, not held back for more than a cursory glance. Not surprisingly. No one suspected 3 outer sect disciples of summoning tribulation clouds. I took my leave from Yan Yun and Liu Shang, with a promise to meet at a later point to prepare for the tournament. Something even Liu Shang expressed an interest in. Once in my chamber, I found Nian sleeping on my desk, curled up over my notes. Labby's herbs, Labby exclaimed as she left my dantian, headed straight for the spirit herb garden. She ran amongst the spirit herbs and almost rook a bite when she froze and turned toward me. Can Labby have the herbs, Great Master? She asked. As many as you'd like, Labby. My heart swelled. My little baby rat was slowly starting to grow up and learn restraint. Squeak! Labby happily exclaimed, jumping into the herbs. Mian yawned, eyeing Labby, but the ginger cat seemed to have had his fill already. Chirp! Sheldon exclaimed from inside my pouch. What is it, Sheldon? I asked, picking the turtle up. Sheldon chirped again, bumping his head against my hand, and lightly bit my finger. That was odd. Did he want something? Chirp! Sheldon exclaimed once more, wiggling his feet as if to free himself from my hands. Not enough to jump down and hurt himself, though I doubted it hurt him. This whole chamber would be destroyed first before it could hurt Sheldon. Gently, I set the turtle down. Sheldon dashed up to the spirit herb garden and turned to look at me with another chirp. You want me to sit down? I asked, receiving another chirp. I closed the door before taking a seat in front of Sheldon on the floor. The turtle chirped, and the golden circles on his back lit up. Chirp! This time I didn't need to think too hard about what Sheldon wanted.
You want me to follow you in cultivation? I asked. Sheldon's mouth curved up in a smile. Curious, I focused on my chi core, circulating my chi. A rumbling voice that shook my core echoed in my mind, breaking my concentration. Wrong. Incomplete. Unfinished. My eyes shot open. What was that voice? I looked at Sheldon. He stared with a serious expression, and another thought was relayed to me. Bond. Link. Companions. The concepts he tried to share with me was like trying to squeeze a massive book right into my brain. Each word was heavy with the weight of chi, and my cores strained, unable to bear it. You want me to form a bond? Are you sure? It's a pretty big decision, and you're a lot stronger than me. I didn't want to tie you down with me if you one day wanted to leave. Strong enough. Now. Comprehend. Cycle. Together. I stared at the dual spins etched in the color of gold on Sheldon's greenish-brown shell. I could recognize the flow anywhere. It was my cycle. The dual cycle of chi and gu. Chirp! A smile covered my face. I took out the jade slip that contained the art the elder provided me for bonding with Sheldon. Setting it on my palm, I took a meditative pose. Two cores came to the forefront within my dantian. They spun, like twin stars circling each other in peace. A balance formed of two halves. Sheldon's chi erupted around me, a tidal wave washing all else out. Two whirlpools circled around one another. I could sense Sheldon restricting his presence to the inside of the chamber, and I was thankful for it. Anyone who'd sense this in the outer sect would come rushing. I followed suit with the flow of the turtle's chi, matching my own. In a few moments, our cores hummed together. I sensed the remnants of gu in Sheldon within his second cycle. It was weaker, far weaker than the boiling and hissing miasma present in my core. Yes, it too was a cycle. Together, we sent our chi into the jade slip. The bonding art pulsated, chi flaring, as my chi began to intermingle with Sheldon's. A torrent of water chi rushed toward me. I gasped when the water chi swept me away, drowning my spirit, the force of the flow enough to crush me. The art flared, and the water flow narrowed, the tidal rush slowing down. Sheldon's chi slowed down, turning from a storm into a pool of water that swirled gently all around me. In a slow trickle, the chi headed within my dantian, filling my chi core. A bond snapped into place, and my senses expanded to Sheldon's chi. It was an ocean, deep enough to wholly consume me, wide enough that I could swim within it for years and never see the end. It was an entire world upon itself, tied by a thin thread to the twin cores within my dantian. Like a mountain hinged upon two glass orbs. My spirit touched Sheldon's, and I marveled at the little turtle, finally able to sense the strength of the magnificent creature I brought with me. 3 circles shimmered in Sheldon's core, forming the foundation of his dantian, as a bright and pure core shone within them, brimming with chi. This was the 7th realm, the realm of elders, and of where the path toward true immortality began. Sheldon's chi gently guided me toward him, and I let the waters carry me along. My spirit floated, stretching in a now familiar sensation. Something snapped and opened my eyes. "Back here again, huh?" I said, looking around. I sat on a small island surrounded by a vast lake filled with little creatures of all kinds, beyond which was an endless white expanse stretching on to infinity. Sheldon's inner world. A little turtle swam through the same lake, climbing up on the rocky island. He bumped his head on my leg.
Well, I guess we have a bond now, Sheldon. So this should be easier to do. But why have you brought me here? I assume it was me, a voice spoke. I jumped and spun around. Lu Jie stood behind me, dark black hair flowing down his back. He wore the same outer sect robes I did, yet the little furrow of his brows and the way he stood gave him the edge I associated with cultivators. It felt strange to see my face like that, even if I knew that wasn't me. Not completely me, anyway. Oh, hi. Never knew we could meet again so easily, I said. I wasn't aware either. It isn't often that an elder spirit graces disciples like me. Well, I guess it isn't too out of the norm with every ridiculous thing you've been doing, Lu Jie said, and I frowned. Hey, I've been perfectly content to just stick to myself and do alchemy. It was only when you came around that I went all heaven-defying and everything, I said. Have you truly? You have raised a spirit rat and set her upon the path of the moon. A spirit everyone thought useless, incapable of cultivating. You have befriended yourself to one of the Yi, one of the most withdrawn and solitary clans among the great clans. You have the prodigious young beauty of the sect coming to you for help. And you gave back life to a crippled boy, shaking the heavens and summoning a tribulation. Do you truly think you've been content to simply do alchemy, Lu Jie? I was unable to come up with a retort. Chirp, Sheldon squeaked, drawing our eyes as the little turtle jumped into the water. Lu Jie gave me an apprehensive look, and a grin formed on my face. With a light dash and a flare of my chi, I leapt into the water behind my little turtle. Chi flowed around me, pushing against my feet as I easily propelled myself through the water, almost like a torpedo. Water swirled as the little turtle zipped around at high speeds. My eyes drifted, noticing the many fishes and plants and little life forms that constituted Sheldon's inner world. I stared in wonder as a school of fish swam past me in a rush, almost indistinguishable from the realm, even if I knew it was just a creation of Sheldon. I swam up to the top of the lake, shaking off the water and vaporizing the remaining bits with the chi around me. I carefully balanced myself on the water's surface. Being here was freaky, but in the coolest way ever. Are you not going to come in? I asked, looking at Lu Jie, who continued to sit silently near the shore. The elder spirit wishes for you, doesn't he? I'm just the bystander here, Lu Jie said. The boy looked at me with a thoughtful expression, and I felt a tug at my chest, the familiar weight of living under all the failures in your life. With a splash, Sheldon jumped out of the water, reaching the shore. The little guy squeaked, grabbing Lu Jie's finger in his mouth, and pulled. I guess you're invited too, I said with a smile. Lu Jie glanced at me with an odd expression before slowly walking ahead. I let go of the chi propulsion at my feet, sinking back into the water as Sheldon swam within the lake. Lu Jie swam behind, reaching me as Sheldon's eyes gleamed, the twin swirls on his back glowing. Cycle, show, follow. The voice reverberated through the world and gave Lu Jie a nod. A stream of water generated by Sheldon propelled us down, deeper into the lake. The many fishes started to decrease in numbers the deeper we swam. My eyes drifted across the world hidden under water, and I truly began to appreciate the size of Sheldon's inner world. The outer lake was just an entrance. The true world lay beneath the surface of the water, a complex system of life thriving and mingling with the chi as they all contributed to the cycle. I pulled back as a particularly large fish swam right in front of me, snapping at the smaller ones and swallowing them whole. Sheldon came to a halt. In all directions we were surrounded by a mystical world, a world in its own right.
one I couldn't wait to explore and understand. Incomplete, recovering, small, form. The words played in my mind. I almost opened my mouth to speak before realizing I was surrounded by water. Using my chi and our newly formed bond, I sent instead. The cycle is incomplete? Or, well, recovering? That's why you use this small form? Chirp! I nodded in understanding, my fascination growing. If this vast world was incomplete, and Sheldon was still recovering from his injuries, I wondered what a world of a true seventh realm creature would be like. My heart fluttered in excitement, the desire to grow. Cycle, had, life, Sheldon said, the chi carrying his words directly to my mind. Something guided me to have another look around, and I noted the dead remains of the dying plants and the many predators preying on other creatures. But now, death, too. Something resonated in my chest, the chi stirring in my core. Together, complete, Sheldon said. I felt a tug at my dantian, a strand that extended from my own core to Lu Jie's right next to me, a bond that tied us together. Sheldon turned to me, his form still the small and familiar turtle. But there was a weight behind his words. The moon spirit's words played in my mind. The heavier the book, the more worth the chi gave to its content. The world was listening. You, life, is there. But death? Incomplete, even now, Sheldon said, shaking the waters. My eyes drifted toward Lu Jie, who stared wide-eyed at the turtle as if in shock. Aware of each other, but incomplete, regret. Not equals life. Dominates, death. Tags, behind, must be, equals. Before I could comprehend the broken stream of words and concepts, water pushed me. I shouted, surprised as I was thrown out and landed with a crash on the shore. Ouch! Could have warned me, I said, mostly out of habit as I felt no pain. I looked up to see Lu Jie nearby, sitting silently. Lu Jie's eyes turned to me, and I felt something stir in my chest. Sheldon's words began to play in my mind. We weren't equals, me and him, even though we represented two halves. I was the one in charge, of this body and life, of my path. All this time, I'd thought of Lu Jie as someone else, as an unfortunate boy whose body and life I'd stolen. I'd avoided the thought, living without any guilt as I went about my life. Even now, I still avoided the truth of what I really was. Something I didn't fully understand even now, and likely never would if Sheldon hadn't pushed me to do this. I was a coward at heart, but perhaps it was time to change that. I took a deep breath, evaporating the water off of me, and stood straight. I'd avoided this long enough. We need to talk, I said. A bitter smile covered Lu Jie's face, and a strange emotion overcame me as Lu Jie closed his eyes. Yeah, we do. Chapter 55. Heart to Heart. There are these days where your mind just can't help but think over all the little mistakes you've made, all the regrets and self-hate. The ugly emotions you keep hidden in some corner in your mind boil over and splash forth, and suddenly you realize just how much of a mess you are, how much you could have done better, how many mistakes you've made. Imagine if that day was a conversation with your other self or soul, and you'd understand what I was going through. What has it been like, being in there all this time? Could you see and hear everything? I asked. I should be the one asking that. I've been like this for a few months. You were there for all my life. 20 years. You'd know better than anyone else, Lu Jia said. Right. I still find that so hard to swallow. I guess it's like I wasn't really there. Like I never knew I was there. I just have all these memories and these emotions. I know these things and remember knowing these things as if I were you, but I wasn't there till you died or whatever happened in that fight, I said. It's been the same for me. I wasn't there up until the heavens had shaken and our core was split in two. It was only then when I came to be and started to understand everything that had happened. Like a dream, I live through your memories, only awake when we're here, in these little worlds. It is only here that I exist. Otherwise, I am nothing but a shadow within your soul. Must have me hard, I muttered, receiving an unamused look. Right. I'd lived like that for 20 years. Still wild. I know how this sounds, and I understand. You're not really there to experience anything, but I never had to give up anything. Even now, I'm still afraid that eventually you'll take over my spirit, and all that'll be left of me will be a memory as the world fixes its error and the main character takes off on his chase for the heavens.
Now with extra bonus power from eating another soul, I said, my chest tightening. Though surprised at just how honest I was being today, I suppose it's pointless to lie to yourself.
I can't, Lu Jia said. I cannot say that these interactions do not tempt me. I wish my life back. I desire it desperately, but I can't. I shouldn't even exist. It would serve your purposes far more to get rid of me and alter your path than walk this way. Why? Do you not want to live? Do you remember my words? For when we'd first felt the brief touch of the first law, when we'd finally grasped the first of the truths. I am the death, the goo. There is another name for one like me. A demonic cultivator, Lu Jia said, as black miasma flared around his body. My spirit is weak, and it has succumbed to the demons, fallen astray from the path of our forefathers, as I let myself be consumed by my fears. I cannot return. There is no place for me back there anymore.
Bullshit. Try that on someone else. I know who you are, I said.
Perhaps it's because you're still me in some ways, but I refuse to believe that someone who so stubbornly cultivated for years, dragging my spirit up with yours for twice the work as everyone else to progress, would give up just like that. Do you truly believe that? That there's no place for you?
Lu Jia dipped his head.
I cannot stay there for long. My goo would corrupt our body the longer I remain, killing us both.
Well, tough luck. I'm not giving you my body either.
I just hate hearing you say you can't.
Because that means I can't. And I'm not a quitter. Failure is just another path toward success. I refuse to believe the stuff about demons and whatnot. Many things that are dangerous in nature naturally can form boons for humanity when handled correctly. If we let our fears govern us, then the world would never progress. Our path would never progress. And that is the worst crime we can do. Qi flared around me, responding to my agitated emotions. Goo flowed all around Lu Jia in a large cycle that mimicked the dual cycle of my cultivation. It rumbled and twirled and twisted, and my qi followed his. Something shifted in Lu Jia's expression, a look of determination that hadn't been there.
Thank you, Lu Jia,
he said to me, and I felt oddly embarrassed. Don't thank me. I'm a coward. I'm still focusing on your problems to avoid my own. to avoid realizing just how unsettled I feel every second I'm reminded that I was here, in this world, all this time, without ever being aware of it. Yet I can't bring myself to give back what should have been yours, I said, my voice wavering. It isn't just mine, Lujia. Perhaps it had been when I was a boy. But can't you feel it now? The tie that joins us within our souls? Only together are we complete. With both Qi and Gu, life and death. Only then is the cycle complete, Lujia said, walking toward me, and I smiled. Well, we do have a lot to learn. I've barely experimented with Gu. I wanted to see if I could do alchemy with it, or how Gu would affect my spirit plants and whether it followed the same saturation principles as Qi. And just so many tests, I said, excitement replacing the ache in my heart. You can thank your fortune you have Xiaodong then, Lujia said. Xiaodong? Ah, Sheldon, right. No English. Wait, can you speak English? I said, and switched spoken languages. Do you understand me? It felt very weird, having not spoken it at all in the last 3 months. I wonder why I never realized I'd switched way too easily to a completely new and supposedly unfamiliar language. Lujia frowned. I can understand you, but I cannot speak that, he said. I guess you didn't get to hang around watching me fumble in college and play bullshit games like I was. I wouldn't worry too much over it, I said. You will have to teach me about these games. There are many things I remember but do not understand. I wish to learn, Lujia said. Oh boy, you'll be in it for a treat, I said with a laugh, a strange relief in my heart as Lujia smiled, his eyes wrinkling with soft lines. It was such a genuine emotion that I found myself staring. Would we truly be able to be one? Lujia asked. Would I truly be me? Would you truly be you? I took in a deep breath. I don't know, I replied honestly, and Lujia nodded back. But we could find out. See what happens? There was an odd shiver to my voice. I was scared, but I knew I needed to do this. Lujia nodded along, and the qi around me rustled while the miasma around him swirled. I held out my hand, and Lujia his. When they touched, qi and gu swirled in tandem, the world cracking and crumbling. A storm began to build, my spirit stretching. Lujia's spirit reached out to mine. 2 cycles turned together, one of qi and the other of gu, 2 halves representing both of us. There was a similar fear to mine reflected in Lujia's eyes, but we were resolute. I uttered the words in my mind, and the world echoed them for me. The first law, duality of qi and gu. Our spirits began to merge, memories mingling and blending. Our 2 cores spun in a frenzy as the qi formed a tornado, spreading waves of qi and gu outward. I was Lujia, as one and a whole. A crack broke the cycle, its foundations crumbling. Our spirits shot back to our bodies, and I was launched away, my hand burning with agony. The world shuddered. Cracks spread through the cycle of qi and gu, breaking them in 2 separate halves. Gathering my bearings, I pulled myself to my feet. What happened? I muttered, looking around in confusion when I heard Sheldon's voice rumbling within the world. Not equals yet. Cycle remains broken. But my words died off as I looked at Lujia. Are you okay? Lujia looked up at me in confusion before nodding. I'm all right. I guess I was a bust, huh? I said, scratching my head. For a moment, it worked. Just for a moment, I'd felt a strange union of our spirits. The break, I think it was because of me, Lujia said.
I have a selfish request to ask of you.
What is it? I asked curiously.
I raised my eyebrows, watching Lu Jie gather his words before he spoke once more.
I want to apologize to Old Man.
Moments passed in silence, a familiar pain blossoming in my heart. My chi rustled, unsettled at the prospect as I rubbed my head. I let out a deep sigh as a bundle of anxiety formed in my gut.
I know it's a lot to ask, and I know what it's like to be just a shadow. I will not hold it against you if you do not let me.
All right, I said, cutting him off. Lu Jie leaned back in shock.
Are you truly? But what if I take over your body? It will mean our death, but what if I'm lying?
Well, I'd have been stupid to trust you and myself then. I smiled the best smile I could gather as I tried to hide the bundle of anxiety, nerves, and fear that waited to pour out. I didn't wish to vanish. I didn't wish to die. I didn't wish to remain as a faint shadow. But I had to, because I understood. Please don't kill me, I said, and Lu Jie nodded to my words.
I won't,
Lu Jie said. He bowed his head deeply.
Thank you.
For some reason, I could trust him. My chi shivered as if collapsing back upon me. My spirit shifted, coiling upon itself as the bond between me and Sheldon shuddered. With a wave of chi, my senses began to fade as my spirit let go and the world receded around me. A moment later, Lu Jie took over our body, and my world turned dark.
Chapter 56. An Old Man's Past. The world was a swirl of colors as awareness returned to Lu Jie. Sensations assaulted him all at once. Sight, smell, sound. It was all so minor, yet he relished each moment. Relished experiencing it all for himself. And with it came greed. He wanted to remain like this. Goo boiled within his core, crawling across his pathways. It agreed with Lu Jie's thoughts. He was the one who this body belonged to. It should be his. A voice interrupted Lu Jie's thoughts.
Great Master?
Labby squeaked. Rising above the spirit grass, she stood on her back legs, her pink nose twitching adorably. New emotions filled Lu Jie's chest. Concern, care, comfort. It wasn't he who felt as such, but his other half that slept within his spirit, the one who he owed his life to. Lu Jie's mind cleared, drawing upon the chi in his other core. It purged the miasma, removing its clutches, and returned clarity to his thoughts. He had limited time and a purpose to fulfill. He wouldn't be betraying himself by losing to the whispers of the poisonous energy that coursed in his body. I will be heading out, Labby. Stay here and don't cause trouble in my absence, Lu Jie said.
Is something wrong, Master? Labby doesn't like the feeling she's sensing from Master right now. It doesn't smell like spirit herbs anymore.
Lu Jie paused at the sharp senses of the spirit rat. He'd forgotten how sensitive the little rat was to her master's chi. Leaning into the love he sensed from his other half, Lu Jie smiled and spoke in the impolite and casual manner the other boy did. It's nothing. I'm just going to do some work. And if you stay put, I'll let you have just one more spirit pill today. The little rat rejoiced, squeaking happily.
Labby will stay put,
she exclaimed. The turtle eyed him as he walked, and for a brief moment, Lu Jie realized what his fate would have been had he given in to the whispers of the miasma. He bowed slightly to show his gratitude and walked out of the chamber. Qi swirled through Lu Jie's pathways, masking the goo that swirled within his core. Yet even so, he could already feel the effect of the miasma slowly starting to corrode his pathways. Even if he wished to remain, his spirit wouldn't have held on for long. He needed to hurry.
The familiar corridors evoked a strange emotion from Lu Jie. He held no special love for the sect, but it had served as his home for far too long for him not to grow attached. The path through the outer sect soon led to the chamber from which he smelled the familiar scent of spirit herbs. Lu Jie stopped outside the chambers, a sudden fear taking hold of him. He hadn't met the old man in a long time now. Back when he'd still been around, he'd never taken the time to ever talk to him, to thank him for all he'd done. He'd been far too busy fighting his destiny to ever appreciate the people around him. It was only his own foolishness that led to his fate. Lu Jie regretted all of it. "Why are you standing around like that, Lu Jie? Come in," the old man's voice came from within. With a deep breath, Lu Jie walked into the chamber. The sight of the cauldron and the many herbs, the books and the comfortable side chamber were both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Not much had changed, even in the while he'd not been around, and yet enough had that Lu Jie couldn't help seeing the differences. There were books, notes, herbs, and pills that his other half had left in this chamber. Results of long talks with the old man about the workings of certain spirit herbs and pills and how to make them. Things he'd never taken the time to do. "What is it, Lu Jie? You look distraught. Is something wrong?" the old man said, his white brows furrowing in concern. "Here, have some tea. I've just made some from the remaining spirit herbs. Although, don't tell anyone. They'd label this old man a fool for wasting herbs."
Lu Jie stared a moment longer, before putting his hands together and bowing his head. "This disciple greets his master." The old man moved closer. "Raise your head and speak, my disciple. What bothers you so much? Even your qi feels shallow and unsettled today." Lu Jie raised his head, shaking it. "I just realized that I'd been ungrateful to you, Master. You'd saved me after my spar, healed so many of my injuries. Even when this foolish disciple had lost his temper and despaired at his fate, you'd been there. Yet I'd never once returned a word of thanks until the very end," Lu Jie said, looking up at the old man. The old man gently extended the teacup to Lu Jie and took a seat nearby. Lu Jie held the cup, following behind and taking a seat. A few moments passed where neither spoke, the chamber filled only by the sound of old man sipping his tea. "Have I told you about my grandson?" Lu Jie shook his head. The old man had mentioned his grandson, but never once had he ever talked freely about him. "Sheng Yuan, my grandson. He'd been my very first disciple, the brightest one I'd ever had. In my youth, I'd gone on many adventures thinking myself righteous and blessed by the heavens. It had been until I'd first held my grandson that I'd come to realize what a fool I'd been. If there was ever a boy who'd been blessed by talent, it had been him," the old man spoke, his voice quiet. Lu Jie waited patiently for the old man to continue. "The boy progressed quickly, gaining a foundation at the age of 5. He'd been at the peak of the third realm before 12. Many sects had eyed him, and at last, the first peak among the 7 celestial peaks invited him to their sect to serve the emperor himself. The first peak. The highest celestial peak was a sect even nobles had difficulty sending their children to. Old man's grandson had been invited to such a place. I rejoiced. All of us had. Talent like this was seen once every 100 years or more. The boy was a blessing to our clan, one that would carry us to lofty heights. And as such, Yuan had held the weight of his entire clan on his shoulders, and he'd outdone our largest expectations. Yuan remained in the sect till he'd been 27. In his 20s, he reached the peak of the 6th realm
and had begun preparing to break through to the third circle. It would have made him the youngest elder of all clans among the empire.
If this disciple may ask, what happened to him?
The old man sipped his tea, staring away as if to a far-off distance. Have you heard of Xianxia, the fire demon of the West?
The fire demon killed your grandson?
Lu Jie blurted out, almost standing up in surprise. The tales of Xianxia had been told for many years now, of the terror of the West who led the demons behind him, the greatest threat to the Azure Jade Empire. The old man looked into Lu Jie's eyes. Xianxia was my grandson. The world spun around Lu Jie. Something touched upon the edge of his senses. A sensation that arose from the old man, something he could only grasp through having partly broken through into the second realm. He couldn't sense which realm old man was in. Lu Jie's knees buckled, and he collapsed into a kowtow.
I'd failed to recognize your strength, Master.
I am but an old man now, Lu Jie. I've just seen more than most. My life, my grandson. I'd left it all behind when I retreated to the Seventh Peak and the Cloudy Peaks sect. Now I'm but a humble alchemist. Lu Jie raised his head. Even now, he didn't feel even the barest hint of strength or presence from the old man. If someone had asked, Lu Jie would have said the old man was weaker than him. How blind he was.
But why are you telling me this today, Master? This disciple doesn't understand how he had reminded Master of such a talented individual, Lu Jie asked.
The old man had never told any of this to anyone, not even to his other half. Why him? Like you, Yuan had burned with a desire to learn. He'd also taken each defeat heavy on his heart and worked twice as much to grow. Unlike you, it had borne fruit for him with his blessings of the heavens. Yet in your struggle, I'd sometimes seen the shadow of my Mocha younger grandson. The old man sighed. You wish to hide things when you fail to see what's in front of you, Lu Jie. I sense your twin cores. Your spirit isn't unified, is it? The old man set his teacup to the side. Lu Jie's heart thundered. Was he going to be killed today? Labeled as a demon? This old man senses your concerns, Lu Jie. But one does not swear the oath of master and disciple so easily. If I wished to slay you, I would have the moment you stepped within this chamber. But the path of the heavens has cruel twists of fate, and perhaps it was your fate to seek me as your master. Gratitude, Lu Jie said, kowtowing his head once more, and the old man nodded. I had been content to let you do as you'd pleased, Lu Jie. Your qi had been meager, your spirit tied like a knot within itself, incapable of taking form. But now that you've taken form, found your other half and freed it, perhaps I should begin teaching you some real alchemy as well. A wave of qi passed over Lu Jie. Are you willing to take this path? Lu Jie stared at the floor, clenching his fists. Desire burned in his heart, yet the goo continued to erode at him. He didn't have much time. It is not this disciple's choice to make, Lu Jie spoke, looking up. The old man nodded contently. I accept your apology, Lu Jie. It is this old man's foolishness that, despite everything, I still think of you as my grandson. Lu Jie's eyes watered as he bowed his head. A tug pulled at his spirit as qi spread within his body, coming forth. His time to return had come.
Thank you, Grandfather,
Lu Jie whispered, and his world turned dark. I blinked my eyes, staring blankly at the old man, who continued to smile at me. Had a nice sleep, my young disciple? Huh? I muttered, looking around me in confusion as a jumble of memories came to me, but I could barely parse through them. Up until now, I'd only taught you the basics. You hadn't been ready to do more with your lacking qi. But that has changed now, hasn't it? I nodded lightly. Just what had Lu Jie told him? Very well. Mist bellowed out of the old man's sleeves. His voice rippled through the air, carried upon qi as it demanded my attention. It is time I taught you what true alchemy looked like. Are you prepared to walk this path, my disciple? A shit-eating grin formed on my face. I didn't know what kind of talk Lu Jie had with the old man, something I'd need to ask him, but for now, my heart thundered with excitement. I'd been mostly fumbling around on my own as the old man had been taking the slow and steady approach. Like hell was I going to refuse. I'm ready, I replied, my qi bubbling forth, eager to be used. It was time to level up my drug-making skills, baby. Chapter 57. Heart of Alchemy. The old man walked with fire burning in his eyes and above his palm. Instead of the kind smile I'd come to expect, it now burned with a strange sense of intensity, almost as if he'd suddenly become young again. Have you mastered the flame since we last talked, disciple? Old man asked. I nodded, circulating qi above my palm and igniting it, forming a ball of fire. I scratched my cheek in embarrassment. Is this a known technique? I thought I'd come up with something new. The old man smiled as the flame leapt from his hand and toward the cauldron, igniting the spirit stones underneath. Not a rare assumption for a young disciple to make, and it is not a well-known ability outside those that walk the path of alchemy. Cultivators tend to attune themselves to a singular path within the world, forgetting that all is connected around us. A little blob of water flowed around the old man. Something occurred to me, something that should have been obvious from the very start. The old man could control steam. It made sense he could control either water or fire. Then, you can control all the elements? Wouldn't that make alchemists really strong? I asked. Being able to control all the elements sounded broken, no matter how you put it. There is balance in all things under the heavens. We attune ourselves to the world around us, and in doing so, push away the path of strength, choosing to pick creation instead. An alchemist's abilities are not meant to harm, but to heal, unless dire need calls for it, even if we can choose to cause harm. Something like the Hippocratic Oath, then, or an agreement among alchemists to not use their abilities outside of self-defense. All of this just made me wonder, why? In a world where strength reigned supreme, cultivators choosing to forsake power and use it only as a measure of self-defense was an image I struggled to come to terms with. I sense your questions, Lu Jie. There are many mysteries in the world of alchemy. The halls are not so strict purely out of greed, but also out of necessity. It is not the cultivator with the sword this old man fears the most, but the healer who could kindly put his heart to rest forever with just a touch, the old man said. Slowly, I started to understand. It wasn't just that people didn't pick alchemy for a lack of strength, although there would be that too. But it was also that alchemy, healing, and other paths required both cultivation and knowledge to progress upon them, and came with far more danger. The image of Liu Xiang came to mind, his poison healing abilities and his needles. I wondered if Liu Xiang was aware of these details. This old man sees that you understand. The path of alchemy, it is one of refining, purification, not just within our own bodies with qi, but outside as well. We draw out that which exists around us and refine it to its best. But like all things under the heavens, there is both good and bad. I had a feeling I knew what the old man was talking about. Forbidden pills? I asked, getting a nod. There are many, even in Seventh Peak City, who turn to the strengths within blood and death to draw their strength upon. Corrupting forces. Everything needs a balance, even pills. Something so many young cultivators fail to see, unable to look beyond the faint glimmer of strength that would forever ruin their foundation. The old man's hands swept out as chi rippled all around the chamber. Blood and death? I asked. The blood of spirits, the life of dying creatures. There are many dark arts in the world, not the least of which come from the demons themselves. But now isn't the time for such talks. Tell me, disciple, why is it that alchemists must master the flame first and foremost? I thought about it, trying to think of a suitable example.
Before, I would have said it was because fire was the first factor in trying to form and refine a pill, the first key thing to take note of. But with my recent talks with Yan Yun and my own studies, I'd come to learn more about the spiritual aspects tied to things. Fire is the purest expression of qi. Fire, or heat, is what fuels life. It's the simplest form, yet also the core aspect in refining a pill. The control of heat and cold is what defines an alchemist's ability. The old man smiled. It seems you have learned well on your own, Lu Jie. Fire is the heaven's purest expression of strength. It is power, energy, heat, and it is what an alchemist must learn to tame first. But do you know what comes before fire in alchemy? Wood? Indeed, for without spirit herbs, pills would be a laughable idea. All elements work in tandem within alchemy. But those that cultivate wood qi find themselves in tune with the spirit herbs themselves, an advantage you possess over others, or a disadvantage if you wish to pick a path of conflict. The heavens give and take equally. I cycled my qi, inspecting it, none too surprised to hear that my qi was wood aspect. Would be tough not to realize that by now, but I was certainly surprised to hear there were hierarchical roles in alchemy. I wondered if the verdant pill business and the effectiveness of my pills had anything to do with this. I would need to measure my spirit stones and time for utilization of the pills again. A smile tugged at my lips at the thought. It had been a while since I'd done some proper experiments. I was starting to crave it anyway. Of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, I see the use of all these elements within alchemy, besides metal. Are there any metal pills? I asked. The old man shook his head and tapped the cauldron near him, and it rang with a metallic ring. You forget your tools, disciple. An alchemist with no cauldron is no alchemist. Now you have acquired the spirit herb, learned to tame the flame. What remains is to understand the equality of earth. It is earth that bears the life of the spirit herbs, and it is earth that often binds the wood within a pill. What do you understand of it, Lu Jie? My mind reached a blank thinking of a reply. It's the thing that spirits herb grow in, I said. The old man shook his head. You do not listen to the earth, disciple. It is a living, breathing thing. You understand, but do not comprehend. Listen to the earth. It is what births life, the source of strength for the spirit herbs and for all alchemy. Listen to it carefully, the old man said, his hand shifting toward a few herbs growing nearby. His qi rustled and the plant shuddered. At first, nothing happened, and I was starting to wonder if the old man was playing some kind of trick on me. Then, I felt it. Hundreds of little roots ran through the earth and extended beneath the floor. There was minute qi present all around me, mixed in with the life that moved within the earth as it slowly but surely began to drift toward the plant.